What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. Happy Friday evening to you. I think we're still early enough that it's not Saturday anywhere besides Australia. And I'm sure some of our friends from down under will remind me of that. So happy Saturday to you there, and happy Friday evening to everybody that is in this hemisphere. Thank you so much for being here. We have a great show lined up for you. We have one of our favorites in the house, my Dr. Gary Brucato, forensic psychologist and a practicing physician, also an author of The New Evil.
I'm a psychologist, clinical and forensic psychologist.
That's what I said.
You said physician.
Practicing.
No, but physician is a medical doctor. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
Okay, well, sorry. Anyway,
I have to be ethical and point that out.
He's also a phlebotomist. No, I'm just kidding. And what is it? Herbologist.
You mean a horticulturalist?
Horticulturalist.
Just stick "ist" on the end of it, and I'm in.
Yeah. He's a pianist.
And a pianist. That's true. Incidentally, it is already Saturday in Tokyo and Beijing and Manila and Moscow and Istanbul and Greece and Finland and Ukraine and Cairo and Egypt and Nairobi.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of listeners from the Ukraine, Dr. Gary, but that would be nice.
There are a lot of places. It's tomorrow, and I'm sure it's terrific.
We have, we have a decent sized audience from Australia, but the Ukraine and Istanbul. I don't think I haven't checked the stats in a long time, but I don't think that they're blowing us up over there with their.
You're a Turkey fan. You are a Turkey fan.
The country is fine. The animal sucks.
Anyway, so listen, in all seriousness, how have you been?
I've been pretty good, actually. Not too bad.
You're bespectacled again.
What?
You're bespectacled again. You're wearing glasses.
Oh, yeah. My eyes been tired a little bit. Yeah. They were burning earlier because I was running, and sometimes they burn after that. Sucks.
Okay.
It's
been an interesting few days for me, but I'll tell you about that offline. So how big is our audience? How many people are here today?
Let's see. They're filing in. So far we got about 900 so far. Just
Really?
yeah. We'll have looks like we'll have a pretty good size audience, but anyway,
I've been getting a lot of. First of all, I want to thank everybody who continues to buy the New Evil, my other work, and I want to thank everyone who has been listening to my piano page and sending little coffee tips and things. I know, Josh, you always run the little link in the chat. I appreciate that very much, and I've been having fun lately doing challenges. Like someone will write to me and say, "I'd really like you to do this," and then so I did one where somebody challenged me to write a piece only on the black keys, and I did.
I saw that.
The challenge that I did today was somebody asked me to turn Oxford Comma by Vampire Weekend into a piano piece, which I did, and I had a lot of fun doing that because I happen to like that song, believe it or not, although I don't use Oxford commas. And I agree about the opening line. I think so. That's kind of fun that people send a wacky challenge, so I really appreciate that.
Play me Rock Me Amadeus just left-handed.
I probably could do that if you really want to be. I mean, it wouldn't make sense, but I could probably do it.
with only your left hand.
If I wanted to. There are piano pieces written only for one hand. Who was it that? There was a very famous, the brother of Wittgenstein, the philosopher.
Oh yeah. I know exactly who that is.
His arm destroyed, and then Ravel, I think it was, wrote a piece of music for one hand on the piano for him because I think his name was Paul Wittgenstein. I'm almost positive he was a pianist, and he had his arm taken off or removed in a war or something. And Ravel wrote a one-handed piano piece for him. It's quite cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it's possible to enjoy. It's funny. When I was a little kid, I was so morbid that when I played the piano, I used to teach myself to play with my eyes closed in case I ever went blind. My hands across the keyboard with one hand to stride it in case I ever lost my hands or something. Because I always thought about things like that. Like I could easily have a car accident and lose whatever. So I used to say, okay, I'm going to learn to do this. So a lot of times if you watch on where you can see my face on the camera, a lot of times I'm playing with my eyes closed.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a weird. I'm telling you, what can I tell you? I always thought like that.
Usually I would have something to say. I have nothing to say. I don't even know how to respond to that.
You have nothing to say to that one, huh? What kind of kid were you, Josh?
I don't know. I didn't practice playing the piano with my eyes closed just in case I, went blind one day. I can tell you that.
I was just being a good Boy Scout. Listen, you want to understand my entire personality?
I think that you would have much bigger problems if you went blind than learning to play the piano.
I think the world will look a lot better. Just to give you an example of my entire personality. Okay, I can give you little stories. In fact, my cousins love to tell me that if I died and they had to eulogize me, like which story they would tell, because there are these stories that are like classic me, And one cousin loves to remind me when we were kids, we would play Risk, the game of Risk.
Yeah.
And I kept in the box black gloves and a little plastic monocle from Halloween. And when I would play, I'd put the little monocle on and I would don the gloves like very dramatically. And I'd be like, so we are going to take over Tanzania. It was just fun. And this is my personality. I don't know what to tell you.
I always wondered, did you get picked on in high school a little bit?
Believe it or not, in high school, I was in seminary for much of what would be high school and skipping some school. But then in my last year, when I left seminary and I went to regular school, I was the homecoming king.
What?
Yes.
You were the what?
I was the homecoming king. That is like one of the weirdest. I was in the yearbook. I was voted trendsetter. You have to understand, I was very, very popular in high school, and I used to make a lot of jokes about it because I thought it was ridiculous. But it's true, And fortunately,
how big was your high school? Was there like 4 kids?
No. But I was very popular. You have to understand, people find uniqueness charming. I guess some people picked on it. The ones who picked on it were very, very stupid.
Yeah, well, I can understand.
I used to say, you better not make fun of me. One day I might be working on your prostate or something.
The homecoming king.
They were very stupid. I was the homecoming king, absolutely. And I remember this guy. I think he probably, if I had to make an educated guess, he's now imprisoned. He looked kind of like a cast member from American History X or whatever that movie's called.
Right.
What was that movie called? The one with Edward Norton where he's got the shaved head. Is that what it's called?
American History X.
He looked kind of like he would be a member of that, and I hope he doesn't hear this or I'll have to get a helmet.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I remember him standing in the audience and thinking they were going to read his name. And it reminded me of William Zabka, that guy who played the bad guy in every 80s movie, like Karate Kid or whatever, where like he thinks he's going to be Homecoming King or whatever. And then they said my name and I didn't expect it. I was, blending into the background. I was wearing a Napoleon Dynamite style vintage suit. And because I always like vintage things. And sure enough, they said my name. I went up. I was standing next to this woman who, everybody expected to get it. And this putz, stood there in the audience. I don't remember if, like in the 80s movies, he did the, like, I'm going to get you kind of thing. He was more like wounded, like almost sad in the eyes, definitely, narcissistically injured or whatever. But I won. And then I waltzed around with the homecoming queen who had this stupid plastic thing on her head. And it was a weird memory. It really was. But
Did you know her?
She was very nice. She thought very highly of me. I used to help her with her homework.
That's why you won.
No, I think I won because I was an ironic choice. I think it was simply that the person, you have to understand that the guy that was the shoo-in was so awful that I think it was done as a revenge act.
And you were,
I mean, it's much better than, like them putting like a bucket of pig blood on top of the, like in Carrie or something.
That's a great story. I mean, I learned something new from, about you almost every single time we do a show.
Well, I could tell you a lot of ridiculous. Here's another classic example of me in a nutshell. So when I was in that high school, they had Decade Day. Everybody showed up wearing bell bottoms for the 60s or 70s, I guess, or dippity-doo hair, with a leather jacket for the 50s or something. Well, I wore buckled shoes with knickers, the white fezzy, the wig, the whole thing, like the 1760s. And everybody said, "What the hell are you doing?" And I said, "You didn't specify the century. You said decade, but you didn't specify the century." So I did the 1760s. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well,
Bill, it was great. I had a ball.
Well, it also kind of reminds me of like when you wanted to start an obituary in the school paper.
Well, no. The school needed it.
Why would you need to know? Why wouldn't you just let the city paper handle that?
It was a rough place.
Yeah. New York
City. What do you think we are here?
I don't know, man. I mean, this is amazing. This is an amazing turn of events. Somebody said
turn of events that I was a homecoming king.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like you don't have sort of a je ne sais quoi, or that you're charming, smart.
What you're saying.
No, it's not. I'm just saying
an improbable homecoming king.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that was more of like an athlete's sort of, and you weren't into sports or anything, but that's who was typically in that kind of role.
No, listen, maybe they had good taste.
I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just saying that it's unlikely that you would have been even participated in something like that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
No, it's not about sports. It's all about. First of all, I was in all the plays. I was very popular. I used to step out on the stage, and the whole audience would go crazy.
You were in plays.
All the plays, absolutely. And I absolutely loved because I could have easily been an actor, or an entertainer of some sort. And the thing is, I was such a ham in those shows. I loved every minute.
Chat is like glazing you, and they're like all pissed off at me.
Oh, Bob is with us.
No, I'm not teasing. I'm dead serious.
For months now, but it's true.
I'm dead serious.
Weren't you in any activities in school?
Yes, of course, but it was just the normal stuff. I wasn't in any plays. I can tell you that.
You
I
weren't?
mean, I played sports. I was in. I don't know. I was in. I just played sports. That was pretty much it.
You want
I
to
was
go?
like,
You want to have Bob come on to do the calls with us? He's in
sure.
the audience. He's welcome. But
Yeah.
always fun to talk to Bob.
Bob, you want to come? You want to come up?
Tell him. It's good. We're gonna definitely get some Guthrie questions. Oh, I see someone in the audience who wrote to me, and I responded to them. And I see, actually, I got a couple of nice emails the past couple of days. I had someone write us a long apology,
Yeah.
even though they didn't do anything wrong.
What happened?
It was a person calling. I won't say who it was, but you would know who they were immediately. Calling about a call we did that we had a lot of fun with, and they wanted to clarify that they were sorry for like they thought they were kind of talking over us or something.
Oh,
But
during the call?
Us or something. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it was a really, really nice note, but they didn't do anything wrong. It was their imagination.
By the way, you're not watching the NBA finals, are you?
What's an NBA fine?
Never mind.
What does that mean?
That means nothing.
It's a basketball thing. Is that thing that has to do with the Knicks that I keep hearing about all day long?
Yeah. I was going to ask if you were a Knicks fan.
Well, I mean, people here have been going absolutely crazy. I remember somebody saying something like this, and this is the phrase I use to try to look like I know about this. Wow, it's been a long time since 1999. Apparently, that was the last time that, and so I say that, and then I just like change the subject and get out. Me talking about sports is ridiculous. Remember when in Coming to America, when Akeem, whatever his name is trying to make small talk about sports?
Yeah.
And he says, "Did you happen to see the football game on television last night?" They say yes, and he says it was most exhilarating. The Giants of New York kicked an oblong ball of pigskin over a giant H.
I remember.
That sounds about right.
Hold on. Bob's gonna join us, but it'll be just in a little bit.
I think that's great.
Yeah. Let's see here. So, okay. It's Bob.
The craziness of
we'll have to wait. We'll wait to open the lines so Bob can get in first, because last time it was like
I'm gonna put the AC on if you don't mind. I was worried it was gonna make a hum.
Yeah, I don't care.
I have to put it on. I feel almost like I'm being sat on. Like it is boiling hot.
No problem.
And, yeah, is it very hot where you are?
No.
Are you freaking kidding me? It's like June hit it's like a tidal wave.
I can tell you exactly how warm it is here. Weather. It is 54 degrees.
54 degrees. Are you serious? It's got to be it feels like it's about 85 where I am. So
nice and balmy here.
Yes, balmy. All right, 1 minute.
We had a high of 66 today. It was wonderful.
Okay. Don't threaten me with balminess. I don't like bomb threats.
I bet.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to go put the.
All right. Well, Dr. Gary's doing that. Let me see. Let me say thank you. Let's start this off right. Josh, for caffeine. I got some right here. I appreciate it. For the mods, thank you so much for being here. Also, let's see. Rorik's peeping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't hear that, right? The AC?
I don't hear any.
Oh, great. Okay, we're on.
I made a lot of people mad last night during the After Dark show.
You were in a weird mood.
No, I wasn't. I was in a normal mood.
And there was that little person on the screen. Like, what was that little miniature character on the screen?
You don't want
like a little Crocodile Dundee or something on the screen. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I came on the show late, and you were looking glum. Somebody was talking about like dogs and intelligence or something, and then there was a little Crocodile Dundee guy. I asked you who it was, and you're like, you know what, guys, gotta go, and then you were gone. I didn't know what happened. It was the weirdest.
I was talking
about king with that behavior, John.
That's true. I agree with you. I was talking about. I was kind of just rizzing people a little bit. I was talking about how unintelligent my dogs are, and then the intelligence of dogs in general, how they are smart, but they phone and say, "Hey, can you get this out of the fridge for me?" And then people were arguing with me. Well, trained dogs can, service dogs can do it. It was just a whole thing, and then it was just, you know, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. It was a good time. Actually, I liked it. I had fun. I don't know. Let's see, Dr. Gary. I'm sure you were the best choice. Yeah, I
Thank
bet
you
he
very
was too.
much.
And Laura gifted 1 lab after dark memberships. Let's see. Dr. B. I bet you Dr. B won't comment on the Carmelo Anthony case because it's being tried right now, but I'll tell you what I think if you want to know. Are you familiar with that case?
Yeah, but you're right. I wouldn't comment on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I just think it's a good idea to wait until.
yeah, I don't care about that. But you're to a different little, you know,
No, it's
you have
not that. It's because if I could say something that they could make the argument sways. You understand? Like, let's say, for example, there was a case involving psychosis. If I commented on it, somebody could run that in the press. It could expose an area that they're drawing a jury pool from. Expert says blah. You know what I mean? I just think it's best to, or you
yeah.
keep it general. You don't talk about that particular.
Yeah,
I know.
well, I
Case
mean,
they might do it, but
the problem with it is that
general.
it's controversial, and it's going to be controversial no matter how it ends up.
Right. But let me be clear. When I say I do it sometimes, what I mean is I'll comment generally. On that one, I won't even comment generally. I just don't think I should.
Well, like I said, it's just it's uh look, this is going to be a heated trial. It's already heated. There once again, it kind of opens up the vein of you know, the racial aspect, and it makes it very difficult for people to have sort of a thought or honest thought about it. Without seeing the video, which I have not seen, it looks like it's very difficult to justify when somebody shows up to a situation with a weapon that probably shouldn't have a weapon. Now he's not charged with that. That's the problem. And I think that he's going to be found guilty of I don't know. I don't know if it'll be murder though, but I do think he will be found guilty, and it's going to cause a big problem. Like people are just going to take a stance one way or the other. Too many people. That's another thing about this, is that too many people are going to focus on the racial aspect and not the facts of the case. And that's the problem that I have with these. But I do think that he's going to be in trouble. I do think that he's going to be found guilty. And so who knows? You know, I mean, the thing with the jury trials, and Dr. Gary, you know this just as well as anybody, jury trials are, you know, a toss up. Self-defense trials, you've seen those. They can go either way. And they do all the time. So it'll be very interesting. I do think that he will get in trouble for it, but I don't know that the degree that they're going to find him guilty or not guilty.
In the true crime world, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming documentary on the Taylor Parker case, the fetal abduction case.
Yeah.
That may go, you know, that because like they just like turned down her request for a new trial or something. But you remember that case of that woman who took the fetus out of a woman to keep her boyfriend, supposedly, you know, who would supposedly said like hurtful things to her. Like she would send him a picture where she was trying to be seductive, and he'd be like, "No, thanks." You know, like she was afraid she was going to lose him, that he didn't find her track, and then she I think it was something like she went and took pictures or something for like this other woman's wedding or something. And I probably had some kind of envy, maybe experienced envy about the happiness of the relationship. The woman gets pregnant, and then she pretends to be pregnant with like a fake belly to
Yes.
befriend her, like, oh, we're going to be pregnant together. And then she hits her over the head with like a big jar of sand, strangles her, stabs her 100 times or something, takes the baby, baby dies, and it's very interesting. But the reason it's interesting to me is because Michael Stone and I identified what we called fetus snatching because it didn't have a name, really. We called it that in the New Evil because it is a new evil. The first case was 1973. And then Ann Burgess had called it fetal abduction. And I think Vernon Gayworth had a name for it too. And then when I went to Boston College, where I'm a visiting scholar, Ann Burgess and Victor Petreka and I have studied it, and we've identified 20 cases in the U.S. and 17 elsewhere. And it's pretty interesting, how rare that phenomenon is. And
Yeah.
so I think that's going to be a really interesting show. I'm surprised that no one reached out to me to consider, maybe be on it because there's very few people with expertise in fetal abduction. It's like a few of us, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people that like to broach that subject much either.
well, it's a thing. I mean, and remember
Yeah,
they
absolutely
executed Lisa Montgomery, that woman, in the
Well, it absolutely is a thing, and people. I mean, people need to be educated about it. It happens quite often, actually.
yeah, but we called it, so because we didn't have a word for it, so we just it informally just became fetus snatching, and then it turned into fetal abduction. I think is the name that stuck, and that's the one that Ann Burgess and I use, and Victor Petreka and I use. But if you look in Wikipedia, if you look it up, it says that Michael Stone and I gave that name. It's quite interesting. But so I was fascinated that a show is coming out about it. I don't know, and there's a couple of other cases of interest to me. But I'm also interested to see what Koberger's shenanigans are going to be. With the whole
God, they keep this thing, with Koberger, it just never goes away. For
he doesn't
God,
want it to. He doesn't want it over, so it'll never.
It's enough.
He eats it up. That it's like one big manipulation.
I mean, somebody needs to throw him in a dumpster somewhere.
Well, the thing with that type of person is they're always trying to figure out like what the independent variable is to manipulate something to get the effect they want.
Can't stand
The thing
him.
is, if he has figured out what to do to get attention, the answer is to stop reinforcing it. You understand? There are people like that, like you just leave them alone and then they deflate because you stop giving attention. And he's just one of those people who, he will always find a way to rope you into talk. I mean, I'm doing it now.
But I know, but every time I turn on, like TMZ or News Nation or something, it's something again about Koberger. Like this case is adjudicated, it's done, and so what's he trying to get? His conviction thrown out now? I mean,
if I understood Brian Enton's reporting, it's the idea that the Dateline leak. Now, remember, I was on the episode of Dateline that was associated with, I mean, obviously I had nothing to do with that, but it's the idea that, the info source, very funny, the info source, they're never, that's like, they don't know who it was, right? And the idea is that the theory is that he's going to claim that he was forced to take a plea because how could I get a fair trial if it was put out there that I was admiring serial killers and whatever. Okay, well, I happen to think he was on the way to serial killerhood. He certainly acted a lot more like a serial killer than a mass murderer.
Yeah, but that was the case. So who cares?
Because the argument would be that it was.
I think that
it made it hard for him. That's the argument. I'm not saying.
Why wouldn't you be able to bring that up at trial, though?
The idea is that the claim will be. We're not talking about truth. We're talking about a claim.
I know, but at trial, couldn't the prosecution go, "Hey, look, this guy was obsessed with serial killers"?
No, probably we don't know if it would have been admitted. Like they would have probably tried to find jurors that were not exposed.
Why would that not be admitted though? That's the
Because
crazy
it's
thing.
prejudicial. The argument would be that it was too prejudicial.
I know,
Because the logic would be something like this.
It's stupid.
If I have any reasonable doubt about this guy and then I let him out, because you only need one person to hang a jury, right? Or for the case to be over. You only need one. Prosecution needs all, right? It's hard. But the defense needs one. And if you had a person who thinks to themselves, gee, I want to be the one who says I don't think he's guilty, but they're making me think that if he gets out, he could kill somebody again. The logic would be that it's prejudicial. So they would probably try to find people that weren't exposed to it or something. So the idea is supposedly that he's going to try to make a,
But I would say that's
an argument that he couldn't.
Okay, but I understand. But I would say that somebody that's been indicted for a quadruple homicide, that it may
pled guilty to it. Pled guilty to it.
Yeah, but okay, say you hadn't pled guilty. Say it went to trial because there were no leaks or anything like that. Okay. And then at trial, you go, hey, by the way, this guy who is,
and he said that he wasn't being forced to admit guilt, as someone in the audience cleverly reminded me.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So you would go, well, he also has a fascination with serial killers. You go, oh, that's prejudicial. Well, tough shit. I mean, he's on trial for murder. Quadruple homicide. It's pertinent information. It's something that people should probably know. Hey, by the way, this guy has an obsession with serial killers. Am I wrong? Or
well, of course, the counter argument would be made. He was a criminology student. Of course, he was looking at serial killers, but he wasn't studying the people that he was looking up necessarily. Hi, Bob. How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Good to see you. I like your glasses.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I'm going to take them off because I normally don't.
Mary was the homecoming queen.
Homecoming king.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Did you see my text?
No, let me see.
Oh, you sent the text to me too? To all of us?
Yeah, I did.
I'm sure mocking because it was the most ridiculous thing. But it did happen.
You said, I'm glad you didn't say you were the homecoming queen.
Oh. Can I tell you?
Somebody's gonna watch. The chat's gonna go, how dare you pick on Dr. Precious, Dr. Gary?
Oh, sorry, Gary. You know me by now. I couldn't resist that.
So. You would tease anybody that way.
Yeah.
Of course.
But the whole point is that if you're comfortable with yourself, it doesn't bother you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Absolutely.
If I said that to you, you'd laugh. Josh, you'd laugh too.
That's right.
If I called you the bearded lady, wouldn't you laugh?
I'd be pissed.
There you go. If we had a circus, would you be the bearded lady?
You know what? In a different setting, I might attack you. All right.
That's funny. Anyway, go on.
So, hey, everybody! Thanks for welcoming me in. I'm reading your comments in the chat here, so I appreciate all your very kind words and comments. Thank you.
We're excited to have you. Thank you for.
Yeah, thanks for letting me jump in. I was out earlier with some friends for dinner and
cool,
and just got home and
get your workout in.
Oh yeah, every day.
Attaboy. That's good.
Every day.
Yeah, I asked Bob all the time, or I asked John all the time too. I text him. I say, "You get your workout in today?" He says, "Yeah." I'm telling you, man, it makes a huge difference, especially later in life. Makes a huge difference.
But you didn't go to CrimeCon, Bob. I think people really wanted you to.
Well, I think they wanted you more than me, but
and John, they definitely want John.
Oh yeah, and John should go. It's not that I wouldn't go, and I told Chris I would consider it next year, but we'll just see how things develop.
We're in Florida next year.
Yeah, in Orlando.
Dude, that would be great fishing.
Orlando?
Yeah,
you think so?
Close by.
Yeah, both fresh and saltwater fishing.
Yeah,
some good fishing there. I have a very good friend that lives. I won't say exactly the town he lives in, but he lives outside of Orlando, and so that would be great. I'll go out and visit him a little bit, and then maybe check into CrimeCon for a few days. So that'd be great.
Probably going to be at the same place it was when I presented in Orlando at CrimeCon. Probably in the same.
Oh, you went to the Orlando CrimeCon?
Yeah, I was a guest speaker at the and signed books and everything. I presented with Catherine Ramsland.
Yeah, we could go fishing for some alligator. That'd be fun.
It was a lot of fun. I have to say, it is fun to go to Crown. I mean, there's a couple of characters. Let me put it to you that way. What I noticed right away is that people who can be a little nasty to you online are very nice to you in person.
Well, that's the
internet. Yeah.
Psychology behind that.
Safety, and then they come right up to you, like they're like your best buddy, But you lose that, that willingness to say awful things.
Well, it's like one of those things where what stops most people from just walking up and punching people in the face? Well, the fact that you could get punched back. I mean, there are repercussions for your actions most of the time. So, people like to say, well, I'm going to do this to you when I see it. And it's really easy to say that over the internet. But, when you get face to face with people, it's not that easy. Although there are really, really insane people in the world. So I do worry about that as well. Anyway, the link is pinned at the bottom of the chat. You can go ahead and click on that and fall on in. Did you guys see the Bakersfield standoff? Did you catch that, Bob? I
heard about it. I didn't watch any video on that one. I did see one on the 405 freeway in Los Angeles overnight last night, and that was pretty intense.
Yeah, I always do that.
John was a hostage negotiator, right?
He was.
Chris too.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear. Chris was a hostage negotiator. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah.
He was.
But all 10 of the hostages are freed.
They got him out, and the suspect was killed. Yeah, 17 hours it was. It went on forever.
Yeah,
my understanding. I'm sorry, Gary.
No, please go ahead.
My understanding is the little bit that I did hear about it was they actually turned that situation over to the FBI and allowed the hostage rescue team to handle it, which is that's probably a good decision. I know Bakersfield, it's not a small city, it's not a huge city, but
they have plenty of resources. Yeah, they have a lot of resources. You're right.
Yeah, they have a lot of resources and I'm sure a very competent SWAT team. But the hostage rescue team is named that for a reason, and they're very good at it. So,
yeah. The guy was a sex offender who had went to jail, and he wanted to prove his innocence by taking people hostage.
Yeah. Sometimes there's a true crime story where the details are so specific that you could easily imagine yourself into the scene. And this story was one where you could really picture it happening to you, because I don't know if you know how it happened, but he's basically online behind some ordinary person, and he says something like, "It's a bad day to be in the bank," like he's making small talk. And the guy turns around and says, "It's not such a bad day. It's not that packed." And he says, "No, it's going to be your last day on Earth." And then he lifts his shirt with our old wires and pulls out a gun, tells everybody to get down on the floor. And the next thing you know, these ordinary people are being held hostage. But there's something about that that's very haunting, because you could really picture it. Like 1 minute you're in the bank making small talk with some bearded guy chatting with, and then the next thing you know, he's like, and I also don't know if all those wires and things were fake or if he actually was strapped up with an explosive. Do you know, Bob? Was it phony?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll do some research tomorrow and try to get some details and maybe make a phone call or two. I still have some sources in SoCal that might be able to tell me. So
crazy story. But I don't think this guy. How do I say it? A lot of these guys use fake explosives. They don't really know how to make them or anything. But
apparently this guy was he was in the military, so he had some training.
You think people in the military all know how to make bombs?
Not all of them.
I don't know. What did he do in the military? Bob, you think the average person in the military?
He was the homecoming king. I don't know. I don't know what he did.
That's true. I didn't have a crown.
Well, I don't think the average person, but I do believe that that's part of some basic military, especially Marines that that are on the ground. Your average Navy seaman is probably not going to get that training, but Marines, grunts, riflemen, Marine Corps, everybody's a rifleman, and they're boots on the ground. Yeah, they probably have some, training in that regard. So,
and I mean, a lot of people also, they take it upon themselves to educate themselves on that too. I'm just saying that I'm sure that he had some weapons training if he was in the military at some point, and maybe he knew how to cook rice in a pressure cooker. I don't know, Gary. You tell me. You're the psychologist. All right.
Well, he was a pressure cooker.
Yeah,
sounds like it.
I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, the symbolism of all of it. He's just an enraged guy. I mean, just think about how stupid it is to try to prove you're an innocent guy that's been misinterpreted as manipulative and cruel and perverse by threatening to blow up a bank and holding 10 hostages. I mean, this is the solution, right? I mean,
I know.
Think
It's
about the
delusional. Yeah.
Well,
It's
I actually covered a little bit of it when it was happening, and my thought was, so what's this guy going to do? He wants to, first of all, when you take hostages like that, you're going to prison the rest of your life if you live through this. I mean, that's just it. You can't take people. You can't take people. Yeah, you can't take people hostage. Or what's he going to do? Like ask for a plane to a place that doesn't have like an extradition treaty when he's done? And I want everybody to know there's no out there. You know what I mean, Bob? It's just like it made no sense. So then I was starting to think like he doesn't plan to live through this, obviously. And that's what really made me worried for those folks that were in there, because you're just going, this guy is obviously unhinged, and he's having some sort of delusion that he's going to clear himself by daisy chaining everybody together and demanding people listen to what he has to say. And it just, it didn't make any sense, and it never will. But anyway, let's take our first call. Katie, go ahead, Katie. Where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from Australia.
It's Saturday in Australia.
I thought I'd help you tick it off the list.
Oh yeah, that's right. If we were using the same
your bingo card, yeah.
That's true.
It's always
which part of Australia? I love that country.
I'm from Queensland.
Okay. I have a lot of very good friends who live in Perth.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a fascinating country.
Yeah. It's a long way from me, but I've never been.
Yeah, Perth is Western Australia.
Yeah, it's Western Australia. It's very beautiful, I hear, though.
Yes.
Very hot, I bet, too.
Yeah.
I like the hot weather. So you got a question for us? Or are you just taking us off the list?
Oh yeah, I just thought I'd call in and so you could check Australia off the list. No, well, Josh, you played a video the other night on Lab After Dark of the lady who had gone out with Brian Koberger that one time.
Oh yeah, the vocal fry lady. Yeah,
the vocal fry lady.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was really interesting. I guess I kind of listened to it again for the, when you hear what she said the first time, you thought, that's weird that he said that about the birthing hips and so on. And then when I started thinking about it, it occurred to me that, it could be sort of like a neurodivergent tic in a way of, I guess, trying to relate to the world in a sensory way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I thought, I found it interesting because I knew about the birthing hip comment, which is unhinged for a first date, but she was so weirded out by him that she went into the bathroom and was pretending to throw up, and he texted her that she had nice birthing hips.
Yeah, but Josh, I've commented on this before. Yeah, we had a whole chat about this on Josh's show in the past.
We did?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Should we move on then?
No.
No. What we said at the
Okay.
time, Josh, if you remember, was that it was interesting because there had also for a long time been this image circulating of Koberger at a talk that Margaret Atwood gave, like sitting in the front or whatever, where Margaret Atwood gave a talk. And we talked about whether he was interested in The Handmaid's Tale and all that. The idea is, it seems that when his story comes out, one of the things we may learn is that he was somebody who divided women up into basically like baby making machines, or women that were sexually objectified in a cruel way that he had no respect for. If you take the birthing hips comment, you put it alongside his pornography choices, you get the sense of somebody with a very fragmented idea about women. And so that's very, very interesting. And then you look at the particular serial killers that he was studying, according to what was on his phone, not people he was necessarily looking at for school. And you see there's a sexual element, the type of pornography he was interested in. I think it's very important to kind of understand anything that has to do with women with this guy is very telling in terms of the way that he fragmented women and what he fantasized about. I think that because of the way that case went down, the public never really got to hear that he was probably some kind of garden variety pervert, and did what he did through that lens. And as a consequence, there's this sort of nebulous picture that he just did it to do it, to experiment, or found it thrilling or whatever. But when you look at the pornography that he was interested in and the offenders he was interested in, I find it impossible to believe that there wasn't a sexual fantasy element. And unfortunately for him, he didn't get what he went in there to do, and it turned into a mass murder, basically. But I think he went in there to target a victim with sexual motivation.
Yeah.
And so your point about the birthing hips is interesting because that's the other side of him. Another good example of that weirdness is that the way that he would put women in his phone. So like if you saw his, like on his phone, he would record a woman's name as like, something like, woman who likes to jog, instead of like her name.
Yeah.
Like she was just like completely objectified, right? Like, and I think that's where the birthing hips thing shouldn't be ignored. It is a super weird comment. Anyway, Josh, sorry about that. I just want to remind you, we had a whole chat about that.
I think I remember it now, but for some reason, when we were talking about vocal fry on After Dark, and when I typed in do you know what vocal fry is? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, well, you talk with that kind of stupid.
Have you heard of this, Bob, before? It's like
no.
It's this new.
No.
It's like a lazy way of talking. They go, well, I just like totally,
Oh, okay.
And you
I'm familiar with that. That used to be kind of the Valley Girl.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But now it's called vocal fry, and it's very annoying to well, at least me, but I think a lot of people are annoyed by it. So I typed in vocal fry because I was going to show an example. And the lady that Koberg went on a date with, unfortunately, came right up because she had bad vocal fry. But then as we were listening, I didn't know the whole thing about how she was pretending to throw up because she wanted to get away from him because he was a freak. So then while she's in the bathroom making throw up sounds, not really throwing up, he's texting her that she has nice birthing hips.
Well, he told her that he wanted to tickle her. The reason she went into as I had to recall the story, you have to understand, they're on a date. They're in her apartment. I mean, and then he says that he wants to tickle her. So she goes in the bathroom and pretends to be throwing up because she realizes this is weird. Now, there are a lot of people who have that fetish. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't know if it was a fetish. We don't even know if it's true. But that's the story. And I think it's a control mechanism. It's very little kid-like. It's a thing you would do if you were sexually inadequate and you wanted to kind of do something else. Let's put it that way. Because I've always wondered if Koberger were sexually inadequate.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. But they keep it. Just every time you turn on something, there's new autopsy details and things like that. And, it's just, and Koberger and his bananas and all this crap. And, but it was really funny, though, because when Chris was talking about how, he was getting messages about how Koberger gets harassed in jail. And that's actually happening, which is awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's what he deserves.
Yeah, he doesn't have any of my sympathies, that's for sure.
He's one of the worst people. He's just disgusting. But well, Katie, thank you so much for calling in, and you took Australia off our list.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie.
Bye.
Okay, see ya.
Oh, that was a nice call, Katie. Katie getting the Australian vote in real quick. All right. Very nice. Let's see. Judy, go ahead. Judy, where are you coming from?
Hey, I'm calling from Charlotte.
Charlotte. Apparently the Knicks won again, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Is this underwater? Does this count as underwater, Dr. Gray?
This counts as the underwater call. Yeah, there's always one.
Are you having trouble hearing me?
Not now.
Did she say she's
Okay.
from Charlotte?
North Carolina. Yes,
Yes,
North Carolina. I think it was around New Year's the last time I spoke with you guys. I called in.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, nice to see you or meet you, Bob. Haven't called in with you on the line, but I wanted to see if Dr. Gary had a particular poisoner on his list from North Carolina from around Thanksgiving last year. It's a woman.
What was the name? I'll look in my database.
Well, it's from, I'm going to butcher this lady's name probably, but it was from Thanksgiving last year. And her name is Gudrun.
Casper Lee. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Gudrun Casper Lee Google, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, she was accused of murdering her daughter.
Poison the wine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I remember that story. What about it? Do you know anyone involved or something, or is it just close to home?
Very close to where I grew up. Actually, the daughter lived in the same county where I grew up. The mother lived it would be like the same side by side counties that they lived in, basically across the mountain where she would have went to travel to the mother's house with the people that she killed. There was another sister involved. I think that they ended up, maybe her and her husband ended up getting sick, but this one that lived in Colway, which is in Jackson County where I grew up, that's the one that she actually killed. So I wasn't sure if you had them on your list or not.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's quite a fascinating case because the accusation is, as I remember, or as I'm looking at my notes, is that it was something like that she served wine at Thanksgiving and she laced it with acetonitrile, which is a chemical solvent that turns into cyanide when you ingest it. And that's the accusation. And she was doing things like supposedly accused of doing things like searching about poison and talking about it and things like that, as I understand it. So, but the question for me is motive. I mean, why? Now, when women kill, actually poison is a very common mechanism of murder. It's favored by females as a mechanism of killing.
Why is that?
Well, because mechanisms of killing, you have to be practical, and things that require a lot more physicality are sometimes favored by men. So in other words, like, for example, Michael Stone always used to tell me when we used to have our long chats that a lot of times when you would talk to a woman in prison about why she recruited somebody to murder somebody for her, she'd say, how was I going to lift the body? I needed somebody who was going to lift the body for me. In other words, I mean, he was just talking about physical strength. And so poison is one of those things where you get somebody to where you want them. And then
Judy, we're having really bad feedback and I don't know why. So I'm going to drop you down, but I really do appreciate your call. And, but thank you. Hold on. Can you hear me?
That's fascinating, kids.
Yeah. We're just having bad feedback, but thank you for calling.
Yeah. So it's a really interesting case, and I do have it in the notes. But this is not somebody accused of being a serial poisoner.
Okay.
Just accused of killing their own daughter.
Let's take a call from a faithful caller. Love his calls when he calls in. Absalom.
Oh, Absalom.
Yeah, one of my favorites. How are you? Let me see. I don't think
he's ever been Bob.
What's that?
Hey guys, how is everybody doing?
Good.
Hi, have you met Bob before?
Can you? No, I sure haven't. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I'm getting a crazy echo right now.
Yeah, we can. I don't have an echo from you.
I don't hear it.
Okay, just a second, Josh. Let me get this ridiculous YouTube caught up to everything. I'm sorry, guys.
Absalom has a podcast, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Or is it wait. No. Absalom's the one who works in mental health.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me call back in, Josh, because right now I cannot hear you guys, and I don't know if you guys can hear me.
It's disconnect and just come right back. Okay, so I'm going to drop them down. Let's see. Let's go to Patty. Patty.
Calls. Yeah.
Go ahead, Patty.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hey, where are you calling from?
The Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Yeah. I was calling in because I was listening last Sunday when you were having the debate about the Nancy Guthrie case. And I was really thinking about Bob when you were debating, because for 10 years, my parents were in a home and I never missed a day, a weekend, a holiday. I was there every day, so I saw a lot. And I want to tell you that some of those very elderly people, there'd be times they'd have to call an ambulance to take them to the hospital and put them in a locked ward because the staff were even afraid of them, much less the patient. So I was thinking about that when you were talking about Mrs. Guthrie, and I thought, if that was me and somebody brought me out like that, and maybe all of a sudden I spotted a car with a trunk open or something, I'd start fighting like HE double toothpicks. I'd go right down on the ground and try to crawl away. I mean, I'd do anything if I saw that. So I just wanted to mention that, that's just kind of what I think I would be like. And I totally agree with sometimes age just doesn't matter. I've seen really elderly people fight really hard.
Yep. Yeah. Bob, isn't there a thing that people talk about? They say, I've heard Chris talk about this too, but they say, you don't want to turn that first crime scene into a second crime scene, basically. And, that you should fight like hell, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. And most people have it in them. It's that fight or flight, sympathetic nervous, and that's part of the central nervous system, right, Gary?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So, I don't want to say it's natural, but it's about as close to natural as you can get, and at least from my point of view. And I think Nancy most likely fought at some point. I would like to think so. And who knows? Karen made a great point in the discussion that we had. That Nancy is 84 years old and is an at-risk adult who had mobility issues. So how much could she really fight back? And that's a legitimate question. But even if it's relatively mundane, you're going to try if you think your life is in danger. And so
reaction,
yeah, and I'll liken it to this too, something that I have a lot of experience in. And so when we arrest certain suspects out on the street, let's say at the conclusion of a foot pursuit, let's say there was a stolen car, you chase the car, the driver bails out, there's a foot pursuit, you end up catching them, you have them handcuffed, you've searched them, you stand them up, you start walking them back to a patrol car, and they go on the fight again. Now, obviously, they know that they're handcuffed. They know that it's highly unlikely that they would get away, but they go on the fight again and try and fight you and try to pull away and try to do whatever they can to get away from you because they know they're going to jail. And in many cases, they know that they're probably going back to prison for quite some time. So they do whatever they can. So it's a very similar situation in the fight or flight situation involving Nancy Guthrie. So that's probably the best way I can explain it to most people. And I think just about anybody would fight back if they believe that their life was at risk. So,
and there is something to also be said. My grandmother, who's 82 years old, to be said about that generation of people too. I mean, they're, even though they may be, elderly and weaker because of age, they're a lot of them. I know that my grandmother in particular, very feisty and, very, they have a very strong will to survive. And, that's carried them through life, all the things that Nancy, learning about Nancy, she's been through a lot of things, like a lot of people who have been around, in their 80s. And my grandmother's no different. And they have a strong will to live and will fight back, even if it's futile. It's just part of who they are. It's
right.
Yeah.
Well, I believe everybody has it in them.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Bob, you were talking about the sympathetic nervous system before. And I have to tell you though, and Bob, you tell me what you think about this, but if it turns out that there's ultimately some staging in the situation, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a body, if it were discovered that she was actually drugged in some way, because it's quite common in these kinds of things. I wouldn't be surprised if the idea is you give her, you sedate her. Or
somebody in the chat mentioned chloroform.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised. But that would be if, even in an abduction situation, I wouldn't be surprised. The idea of you sedate the person and it's easier to get them out. But I somehow think that if there is a staging situation, that she's sort of knocked out first, wherever she is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible, and may likely have happened, or even something that is almost instantaneously fatal, and that is fentanyl, an overdose of fentanyl. There's so much fentanyl on the street all over America today. It's just unbelievable. And that's not a drug that I really have any experience with from the street level. Had a lot of experience with methamphetamine, heroin, of course, marijuana, and just about all the other street drugs. I'm sorry?
Was Oxy a thing when you were patrolling?
Yeah.
That got big when I was in high school, which was like 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. And then I went to heroin.
But my point is, if they were going to drug her, and I agree with you, Gary, that it's that's a good possibility, actually, especially if the crime scene was staged. I would think that they would use something like fentanyl, because that would incapacitate her very quickly. And I know that's hard for some people to choke down talking about this, but that's a possibility, and that is something that we may have to come to reality with at some point in this investigation.
Well, she was bleeding. Whoever was there, I doubt that they were using kitty gloves or however you want to say it. She was bleeding. She obviously was bleeding.
or maybe blood was put there.
Yeah.
Maybe blood was taken from it. We don't know.
But it's her blood.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You take it with a syringe.
But how do you get her blood? You have to hurt her.
Well, no, there are other ways to get blood. Somebody could already be deceased, and you take it.
Well, like a phlebotomist. But what I'm saying is, you have to physically do something to them to get the blood.
But how do you know that that's ante-mortem as opposed to post-mortem?
I don't, but I'm just saying that even if they're already deceased, you have to still do something to the body to get it.
Oh, yeah. But what I'm getting at is now, look, and let me be crystal clear, not casting aspersions on any particular people or person, okay? But where you tend to see things like drugging a person is where you have had, well, it's one of two situations. Either you have had some prior relationship with a person and you want them out of the way, but hurting them is hard because there's an emotional aspect. So the person is put to sleep, that kind of thing, as a way of eliminating them. So you see that sometimes. And another way you see it is simply that in a pragmatic way, you want the person to be easier to move around.
Yeah, sure.
You see what I'm saying? Or easier to manipulate. I have no idea. I'm only saying that in a staging situation, I wouldn't be surprised if the idea was she's drugged and then, whatever happens is done afterward. But it's just something I've been thinking a lot about because I don't think staging could be taken off the table more and more as everything else seems to be falling apart as a theory. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
You get what I'm saying, Bob? It's like staging or an abduction for money that went haywire or a hit job. One of those things. But other than that, I don't even know at this point what could it even possibly be.
Well, it's been several weeks now, but you and I talked about this quite a bit offline. And I am of the opinion that it is just as likely that the crime scene was staged as it is that Nancy was there and deposited that blood herself directly onto that front porch. I think it's just as likely because based on the information that we have today.
Why would it be just as likely though if they didn't really mess up the house or anything? Just to leave a couple blood drops and prop some doors open?
Well, we don't. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what the motive is. We don't know the mental capacity of the abductor or abductors. We don't. There's so many things we don't know. We can't take any of this off the table, in my opinion.
That's all you're saying, Bob, that it can't be taken off the table, not that it happened.
Right.
We don't know that it didn't. That it cannot be conclusively removed. That's the point.
You and I never said that privately, nor did our panel come out and make that a conclusive theory. It just, we said that that's a possibility we can't take off the table, and I stand by that today. I think it's still in play, very much so.
Although it was a little decontextualized when I did one of the interviews I did, and they sort of went with the whole like it could be staged thing and left out that I said that was just one of several possibilities. But I think the other thing that we talked about on this show that I see has become a hot topic the past few days is the question of, is it going to be a problem if there's no body? I think you saw that was right in the same. We were talking about it, and it looks like other people were thinking the same thing or saw us say it. I don't know, but this issue of if there's no body, could it be a problem for a prosecution? Yeah, and that's a fascinating question because how are you going to say it's a murder? That it was intentional? That especially when somebody supposedly wrote a note that says we didn't know your mother had a weak heart.
Well, Dr. Ray, we talked about this before with the Casey Anthony trial. That when they charged her with first-degree murder, and they did have a body, but they couldn't get a cause of death. So if you have a cause of death, how can you convict somebody of murder? And that's why she walked, because they overcharged her. Now you can do other things. So that it is a huge issue. No body homicides are tough. But really quick, back to what you were saying, about you can't take staging off the table. But I don't know how likely or often that happens, but that's sort of the old Carl. What is it? The old Carl Sagan thing, where it's like the absence of evidence is not the evidence. of absence. I mean, you can obviously just say, well, we don't know that it didn't happen, but we don't know that it did happen. I just, what would point to it being staged? What points to a staging other than just theorizing?
Well, go ahead, Bob. I'll tell you.
Well, a lot of things point to that, or could point to it. The crime scene, just the uniqueness of this crime scene, and there's no corroborated evidence that Nancy ever made it back to the home. And then you look at the logistics of getting her out of the house. We've discussed this at length. And a little bit on your show as well, Josh. But we discussed this as a panel on the interview room. And when you look at everybody was quick to call Porch Guy an idiot, and I was in that camp too. I wouldn't say he's an idiot, but there is some, I'm not quite sure how to say this. There is some reason to believe that this person is, I'm not really all that familiar with the cosplaying term, but I think that that's what a lot of people said he was doing. I understand what that means. So I'll use it too. And, the holster in the front, in my opinion, he was wearing multiple layers of clothing, and the oversized gloves, this ridiculous thing with the, or what seems to be ridiculous, this thing with picking up the shrubs and walking over to the Nest camera, and all of this. It's just doesn't make sense. So to take everything that most of the media has run with, and frankly most of the pundits have run with, and that is she was abducted from her bed. And I know Savannah said that too. So and I'm not saying that Nancy wasn't abducted from her bed, but what I'm saying is when you put all of it together, both theories, whether she was abducted from the bed or the crime scene was staged, there is as much evidence to indicate that the crime scene was staged than there is that she was taken from her bed.
Well, not if you believe what the person who dropped her off says, because he's saying that he dropped her off at home, opened up the garage, and she walked in. There's nobody saying that she didn't make it home. There's only people theorizing that she didn't make it home.
Right. And I understand that. Yeah, exactly. And so every story in a criminal investigation needs to be corroborated, and there's no way to corroborate that story. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying that Tommaso or Annie had anything to do with this. Okay. But you cannot corroborate that, and therefore you can't take staging off the table, because we don't know. There's nothing to corroborate that statement that Nancy was dropped off at home at 9:50 or whatever it was.
But it would be a big problem.
Can I ask one question about that though? Because I thought of that too, but the watch shows that she was there. So how does that play a role?
Well, that just means the watch was there.
Yeah, the watch.
But it was close enough to her pacemaker to be working though, right? Or no?
Well, there was another device in there that, and I'm not sure what you call it, because I'm not that familiar with the pacemaker thing, but her watch was there, and this device that's next to her bed that monitors the pacemaker was there. So there is an indication that could prove that, but that's not conclusive. That's not conclusive at all in corroborating a statement.
Well, I got to tell you that if I'll just leave it at that, but if she didn't make it back, That's a big problem for the people that dropped her off. Just put it that way. Patty, thank you so much for your phone call. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thanks, you too, Patty.
Let me see. Let's see if Absalom, is that any better?
I think so, Josh. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, crystal clear.
Okay. Very nice to meet you, by the way, Mr. Gilliam, and of course, Mr. Diaz. And I guess Dr. Gary got afraid of my phone call, so he left. But
he'll be right back, I'm sure.
Coffee or something.
If you would indulge me, Josh, could I please pose 2 questions to Mr. Gilliam and one for Dr. Gary?
Please, sure, of course.
Mr. Gilliam, like I said, it's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm waiting to call in one of these days when the legendary Mr. Detective Lamb is on. You touched a little bit the other day on the interview room regarding Sheriff Nanos. And I feel, this is just my opinion, that there seems to be, I don't know how I can say this decently on YouTube, but a peeing contest between Sheriff Nanos, at least in the beginning, and the department of, or his sheriff's department, and the FBI on, no, this is my case. No, I don't want you involved. In your experience, Mr. Gilliam, has a competition between the local authorities versus the federal authorities, such as the FBI, caused a problem that led to the case going unsolved?
Well, that's a good question, Absalom. I have never seen a case that would a territorial issue or a pissing contest is, I think, what you were trying to say, between the FBI and a local. Yeah, between the FBI and a local agency. I have seen those pissing contests before, and it wasn't always the FBI's fault, and it wasn't always the FBI. I've seen it with other federal law enforcement as well. But I've never seen one create an issue that put the case in jeopardy in court. But I fear that this case will be the first one for me anyway. And I know that there are some out there that others can cite, but for me personally, I don't have that experience. Now, with that said, let me just make this comment, and that is, back in the 80s, there were some agencies, and I won't say where, but there were some agencies that were very leery of the FBI for a variety of reasons. But one of the reasons is FBI agents are tasked with investigating police officers that are suspected of committing assault under color of authority and committing violations of people's constitutional rights. FBI agents investigate those. And so that can be problematic at times in creating trust between some law enforcement agencies and the FBI. Now, most professional law enforcement outside the FBI understand that they are tasked with that. It's not by choice. It's just that the Department of Justice has tasked the FBI with that. But, in the way we operate as humans, you're going to have some trust issues when it comes to agencies working together outside of those constitutional rights violation issues. And so you're going to hear this occasionally with the FBI, and as long as they are tasked with those types of investigations, then I think we're always going to have a little bit of, or some agencies, I shouldn't say we, some agencies will always have a little bit of suspicion about the FBI and the federal government in general. I know some, I won't say where, but I know some sheriffs that would never work with INS, even prior to all of the current day issues. And I say INS. It used to, so ICE used to be called INS, the Immigration and Naturalization Service. They joined forces with Customs, and that's how we got ICE. Okay. So, but back in the day when it was called INS, there were some agencies, particularly sheriffs, that would not work with INS because they were rural counties and they had a high population of mostly Hispanics and others from outside the country that were being routinely deported by INS. So the bottom line is, and the point I'm trying to make is, you're always going to have a little bit of suspicion with some agencies and the federal government, and in particular federal law enforcement. And so hopefully that answers your question.
Mr. Gilliam, real quick, does that mean that when you're dealing with federal agencies, that if you're a member of like a local law enforcement, that they have like a condescending attitude when working with you?
No,
and that
that's
kind of drives the cooperation away?
well, with respect to nanos, this is just my opinion. The condescending attitude comes from nanos, not the FBI.
Yeah, I see that, but I mean, in terms of cooperation, I'm Sheriff Nanos is in a league of his own right now, but um, as
I
someone
agree.
that has worked with I don't want to talk too much about me personally, but I understand completely the union side of things, I guess you could say. I'll put it that way. And I certainly would not want to work with someone that's going to be in charge of investigating me. I get that. But I'm just saying, would that be one of the reasons, not with Sheriff Nanos, but that law enforcement that's at a local level would be hesitant to work with the ABC, I mean, the FBI, not ABC agency, but the FBI in terms of in getting this case solved?
Well, I've said many times, mostly on the interview room, that I believe that the FBI agents and Pima County detectives are working closely together. I said it when we had a much larger number of FBI agents and Pima County detectives involved in the case. Now they've pared that down, of course, to a task force, and I'm not exactly sure the numbers, but I think it's 4 or 5 Pima County detectives. I think maybe 4 detectives and a sergeant. And then I'm not sure how many FBI agents are on the task force. I would say there's probably at least a like number to that. So let's just say there's 8 to 10 people total on the task force, and I think they're all getting along very well. Um, and let me just say this: others have said this, but let me just briefly repeat it because it's worth repeating. The Most of the problems that we hear coming out of law enforcement agencies and the FBI, or law enforcement and the DEA or ATF or ICE, or any federal law enforcement, it usually has to do with the upper ranks. It is not the field agents, more often than not. I mean, almost exclusively, in my opinion. It is rarely the field agents that have the problem, or the detectives that are working the cases. Most detectives and FBI agents will work very well together. I have, in my entire career, I've worked with FBI agents. I worked with them on a robbery task force. I worked with him in Jackson Hole. We had 2 FBI agents in Jackson Hole when I was there as a police lieutenant and later on as undersheriff. And I worked very, very closely with one particular agent by the name of Norm Scott. Norm's now retired. And I have nothing but praise for not only Norm, but the FBI. Um, so usually the issues are at the top of an agency and maybe even sometimes the supervisors at the local field office of the FBI or whatever federal law enforcement agency we're discussing. And it's rarely the field agents and detectives, the ones that are actually out there doing the job. And I've been in both positions. I was at a very high command position in a sheriff's office, and I've also been the detective, the low-level detective working cases. So I've seen it from both vantage points, and I have all the confidence in the world that the detectives of Pima County and the agents, despite all of the behavioral issues with Nanos and all of the nonsense coming out of his office, and I'm not talking about the sheriff's office, I'm talking about the sheriff himself, all the nonsense that has come out of his comments and statements. I do believe that the agents and the detectives are working very, very well together. I'm confident of that.
Hello, Dr. Gary. Nice of you to join us. How are you, sir?
Sorry, I had a cold that came. I had to take. How are you? It's good to hear your voice again.
I'm not doing too well, Dr. Gary, physically, but everybody says I'm still sharp as a tack, so I hope I stay that way for a while.
What's wrong, if you don't mind me asking, unless you don't want to answer that?
I had a second stroke, Dr. Gary, but I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Dr. Gary, in your experience, I've always wanted to ask you, and Josh, do I have time to ask him this? I'm sorry.
Yes, you do.
Okay. What is your view of hypnotherapy?
It's a very controversial question. I've never been especially impressed by the literature in support of the notion that hypnosis works.
So,
and even if it did, there would be very interesting questions about the ethics.
So, in your opinion, Dr. Gary, professional opinion, you don't feel that that would help at all regarding this case?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I've always felt that the literature on it was a little bit equivocal. I'm not completely convinced that it works. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the only reason I asked, Dr. Gary, is because I've often seen some of the techniques that are used in hypnotherapy used by certain people in law enforcement, at least in terms of deception detection, such as, I'm sure you're familiar with eye accessing cues. It was talked about the other day, how Sheriff Nanos, every time he was asked a question regarding certain things, he looks down and to the right. There's things like that that are part of what is considered hypnotherapy. That's why I was very interested in what you had to say about that, because I would think that some aspects of it are effective. And if some of the people that supposedly last saw Miss Nancy were subjected to that kind of therapy, at least in terms of a professional setting where they were asked certain questions using those techniques, you still don't feel, or you think that would be highly questionable, and I'm sure the defense attorney would run all over it.
I mean, I'm a scientist, I have to see clear evidence of something for it to be empirically validated. And, I'm sure there's some literature that says that it works and some literature that says that it doesn't. I mean, that whole thing. And then you have some people are more suggestible than others, that
Sure.
kind of thing. So it's a complicated thing. Eye movements are an interesting thing. I did my dissertation on eye movements. They are fascinating. I mean, eye movements are not random. My work and the work of Marcel Kinsborn and other people showed that in an ideal situation, when somebody is not near a person or distracted by talking to a person, eye movements in a right-handed person are going to be contralateral to the hemisphere, activated such that if you're answering a visual spatial question, you'd expect eye movements to be upward and to the left, because the right hemisphere is the visual spatial center of the brain. A verbal question, your eye movements would be rightward more often than not. But what happens is, in a left-hander, my work showed, in left-handers, it's much more unclear. Some of them seem to be hardwired like right-handers, and about 30% of them are completely random in their eye movements. But then what happens is that if the situation is not ideal, like I'm too close to a person talking to them, or they're anxious, then what happens is people no longer move their eyes in the optimal way, and they become right movers or left movers, which shows that they have a favored hemisphere. And it's fascinating stuff, And my work also showed that if you were to move your eyes in the optimal way, you answer the question better. So you want your eyes, if you're right-handed, to move rightward if you're answering a verbal question. So if you're in a situation where your eyes are going to be flushed the other direction, you'd be less likely to get the question correct. So eye movements are not random, in my opinion. But when people are in a kind of resting state and they're anxious and things are not optimal, they have what's called a hemisphericity style, and they always flush their eyes in a favored direction. So, like, for example, just now as I was talking, I noticed that whenever I don't look directly at the screen, my eyes flush in a given direction. We all do that. We have a favored hemisphere and a way of flushing the eyes. It's fascinating stuff. And but there's also certain eye movements that are associated with imagining things as opposed to remembering. And so there's a whole world of people who believe that indicates lying. It's fascinating, but eye movements are not really random. They indicate brain activity, basically. And which hemisphere is predominating, really.
Dr. Gary, can we get you to be hypnotized on this show?
No, I don't. I told you I don't really believe in it.
You got to allow yourself, dude. Come on.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Absalom, do you believe in hypnosis?
Some aspects of it I do think. I wouldn't say complete hypnosis, but I do feel that you can have a patient focus on something, which is a technique that quote unquote hypnotists use to influence certain statements that are made. I also think that there's techniques that could be used that a person can fool lie detector tests, which is, to put it simply, putting yourself into a type of trance, I guess you could say.
Right.
But I'm with you, Dr. Gary. I think that science there's no real empirical evidence that any of that stuff is definitive.
Well, let me be clear before I get hate mail from the hypnosis groups. Let me be clear.
Dr. Gary, I'm trying to make you look even better than you do, man. Come on, Dr. Gary.
What'd you say?
Trying to make you look better than you already do.
Oh, well, what I think is that hypnosis is effective, empirically has been shown to be effective for things like reducing anxiety, getting people into a kind of state of suggestibility where you could maybe get around defenses, things like that. But there are things that people do, like where you watch a TV show and it looks like they're doing a magic trick, and they hypnotize someone in the audience and tell them, squawk like a chicken and run around, that kind of stuff. And I've always questioned. Bob, that kind of thing, right? They do like a talk show.
Dr. Gary can also be eliminated using certain techniques that are, but yeah.
Right. And the other thing is, I mean, you want to get into something controversial. Another thing I have a huge problem with is recovered memories that come with hypnosis. I was hypnotized and I now remember the thing that happened when I was 5 years old, that kind of thing.
But
It's
but you don't.
controversial.
Do you believe in memory suppression?
Absolutely, but
Well,
I don't know.
Then why
I'm
would there?
just saying that I question it because there's no clear, unequivocal evidence of it. It's
But
sort
if
of
there-
like we were
but if
saying
there-
about the Nancy Guthrie thing, that until there's clear, unequivocal evidence, it's not that you necessarily reject something, you just can't take it on or off the table.
Yeah, but if
It's
there's
just sort
clear
of-
evidence of memory suppression, why couldn't you recover it?
Well, how do you know that a person who suddenly remembers something is actually remembering it as opposed to making it up? You can't go back in time and prove it.
How do you know that somebody's suppressed something?
Well, you can't, Dr. Gary. That's why I would think that law enforcement would not go forward with a case that supposedly did or did not happen 25, 30 years ago of somebody that was
Right.
claiming that something happened. I mean, there has to be evidence. But my last question for all three
Wait, hold on. Let me just, because
okay,
again,
sorry.
just to make sure I don't get hate mail from the hypnosis groups again, is that there are some things it has been shown to be effective with, but I don't think that it's for the reason that people think it works. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for example, there are people that have been shown that they could stop certain addictions or things like that. I just think it may have something to do. My theory is it has something to do with the personality of the individual and their belief in it that makes it work. You see what I'm saying? So, like, if I were to say to you, take this sugar pill, and it'll make you feel better, you may be a person who believes the sugar pill works, and there may be a placebo effect, and that suggestibility may lead to you getting better. I think the problem with hypnosis research is very difficult to show why it might work. It may just be that it reduces anxiety and relaxes you. You see what I'm saying? Or it may work the way that it helps, for example, to rehearse something while you're asleep.
Do you really think that what you just said is going to stop you from getting hate mail from the hypnosis
No,
community?
but there are a lot of people who believe in it, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, just to put that to sleep, so to speak.
What's your
next question, Absalom?
What's your final question?
Well, my final question was, do all three of you think that this case is going to be solved without a body?
I think it will without a body. Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Bob, you?
Yeah, I do think it will be solved.
I
Body
Okay.
or no body.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think they
Thanks
have
for
someone on the
taking-
radar, or more than one person on the radar, but they're not telling us.
I think so
Mhm.
too.
I agree with that, Dr. Gary. But Mr. Diaz, thank you so much for taking my phone call. Mr. Gilliam, this was an honor meeting you. Dr.
Thank you,
Gary,
Absalom.
honor talking with you. Josh, an honor with talking with you as well.
Feel better
You guys
soon.
take care. God bless all of you all.
And,
Take care.
and keep up, keep up the fight. 2 strokes is not easy. And
Yeah, I've
speaking
been
of hemispheres of the
a
brain.
couple things before, Dr. Gary. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, I'll
Take
keep
care.
you in my prayers, okay?
Thank you so much. God bless all of y'all. Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
Take
I
care.
hope everybody does. That's
Yeah,
rough.
love Absalom. Hopefully he feels better soon. That's tough.
He's a good guy.
He's great. Yeah. All right. Jennifer, go ahead, Jennifer. Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm in Northern Illinois.
Northern Illinois.
My question for you is actually it's for any one of you who'd like to answer. I just started watching your show as well as the interview room at the beginning of Nancy Guthrie case.
Welcome.
But I'm fascinated. Thank you. I'm fascinated to know what you think about the Menendez brothers and what had transpired last year regarding their sentence.
What, Dr. Gary, you want to talk about that, or
I worked with Ann Burgess, who was,
she testified? Yeah.
For one of them.
Well, I can talk about it.
Go ahead. I have ideas about it, but I want
Sure.
you to
I'll just start it off.
you take that, Josh.
But with the Menendez brothers, one of the things that I found fascinating was they had been sentenced to life in prison, and then that got turned over to life, with the possibility of parole. And they came up for parole, and they had these like super long parole hearings. I mean, like we're talking like 12 hours. The normal parole hearings like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. They had these extremely long hearings, and they were saying that they had been model citizens and things like that. And apparently that really wasn't the case, that they had been in trouble for, cell phone infractions, that they had snuck cell phones and stuff in there. And, when you're up for parole, having a cell phone infraction will get you almost denied every time. And not saying that, their behavior isn't good, but that was one of the big things, was that they also didn't have a lot of remorse, is what they said as well. Now, as for the crime itself, I feel a certain way about it. I understand the whole thought about the dad, being abusive and the mom letting it go, and things like that. And the crime was particularly heinous, especially knowing that they went outside, reloaded, came back in, things like that. I don't think that they're ever going to. Well, I think one of them will. I think the younger brother probably will get paroled, but I doubt that the older brother will. He doesn't strike me as the kind that does very well in those. But that's sort of my thought on the case.
Okay, thank you so much. Do either Bob or Gary have anything to say about it?
Well, I think they should both die in prison. It was a very heinous crime. I remember when it happened, and I remember hearing about the details in the trial. And my opinion, neither should ever be freed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it was a pretty, a lot of people do get abused as children and teenagers, and there seem to be, they have a lot of support, but I'm just really not, just the way that they acted, especially after the murders and things like that, were very troubling as well.
Well, they went on a spending spree.
That was just one of them. One of them slept with the safe that had the will in it, and they were just, a lot of it seemed money motivated, like, hey, we're cut off, and but they have a lot of support, but I don't know if they'll ever get out or not, to be honest with you. Probably not.
Okay, thank you so much. I just, I have a lot of mixed feelings about it because I was an abuse victim.
Sure.
And granted, I don't think I could ever go to that level. However, unless you've experienced something like that, which of course I obviously don't know if any of you have, you have a lot of mixed emotions about it.
Yeah, the problem is that they needed to, for them to claim the self-defense, is that they would have to believe that they were in imminent danger, that they were going to be killed. They walked into a room where their parents were watching TV and unloaded on them. And, that doesn't fall under self-defense. Now, if they were scared for their lives, they obviously could have went other routes. They were grown. They didn't have to be there. They had cars. They, could have went to the police and things like that. Everything that they did seemed to be going about, they went about it the wrong way. And, murder is murder when you don't have a good self-defense. The self-defense strategy just didn't hold any water, so.
Yeah, their actions after the murder did not help their position with the jury either.
Not at all.
That kind of sunk them, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I completely get it, Jennifer. There are a lot of people that do have mixed emotions about it, but when it comes down to it, flat out, what they did was extremely heinous, and I think that they probably deserved to be put in jail. So.
Okay, thank you so much for taking my call.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. It's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been sort of fascinated by that case, obviously. Okay. Adriana, go ahead, Adriana. How are you?
Hey, good evening, guys. How are you doing?
Doing
Hi.
fine. Thanks.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to talk to Bob. It's the first time I get to ask him a question. Bob, I would like to know, after decades of experience that you have, what is one investigative instinct you trust now that you will not have trusted early in your career? And what is one instinct you learn to distrust because it can lead to tunnel vision?
Well, that's a great question,
She always has
by the
really
way.
good questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
So when I was a young policeman, as you would imagine, I didn't always have the patience to listen as much as I should have. And as I grew as a police officer in uniform and then later as a detective, I learned to just really listen and look and put both of those senses together to either form an opinion or to size up a situation, etc. So the second part of the question is what instinct, and would you repeat the second part, Adriana?
Yeah, absolutely. So, what is one instinct, let's say, that you have learned to distrust because, I don't know, it led you to tunnel vision or something that you felt confident in, but now you see it's not as useful as you thought it was?
Yeah. I don't think that I distrust any of my instincts. Um, and it's not to say, and that may sound arrogant, but I tend to trust my instincts. I'm a firm believer that as you gain experience as a police officer, that you develop a sixth sense. And that's never been proven scientifically. But having been a policeman for 36 years, I think it's a real thing. And so I don't distrust any of my instincts. Now, some instincts I may give more weight to the outcome of a situation than I would other instincts, but I don't distrust any of them.
Got it. Thank you so much for your insight. And I had another question. So when you look back at a case years later, and more so one that, let's say, the public has picked apart, how do you decide whether an inconsistency was meaningful evidence or just something that looks suspicious in hindsight because you were not there dealing with the same pressure and the limited information and chaos?
Okay, so the question, if I understand it, is what case uh,
Right. So let's say that back then, in a case, years later, a case that the public has picked apart. So there's a lot of public opinion on it. And let's say there's an inconsistency within the case. How do you determine if that is evidence or if just looks suspicious in hindsight? Because I know that when you're in the heat of the moment, with the pressure, with limited information as you are trying to develop that case, and there's chaos, your your view can be uh, limited, if you will.
Sure. Well, let me try and answer this. That's another very good question, and I'm not sure I can completely answer it. Let me say this. You, as a police officer, we don't deal in absolutes very often. Okay. We deal with probabilities, hence the term probable cause. And when we think something should be an absolute by law, it doesn't, there rarely are any absolutes in the law, irregardless, not a word, but regardless of what state you're in or whether it's federal or local. The thing that you have to consider is, and it kind of goes back to that sixth sense. Okay. What is your gut feeling about a particular situation? And do you think it's just? Do you think it is right to proceed with a criminal, whether it's an arrest in the field or whether it's a criminal prosecution? I did have a case, and I won't go into details. I had a case years ago. It was an essay, and another detective liked a particular person for this essay. And in the beginning, I did too. I thought that the all of the information that we had pointed to this particular person. And as we both, and we meaning the other detective and I, zeroed in on this guy and put together all the evidence, I was convinced that he didn't do it. And I wasn't happy with, but the other detective was adamant that he did it. So we took our evidence to a prosecutor and presented it. And as you could probably imagine, I know detectives and prosecutors that might be listening to this will understand, they did not proceed with the case. And several years later, as DNA became readily available to us, there was another person that was arrested for the case and ended up confessing to committing that essay to other detectives years later. So
was there like an aha moment there, like everything clicked when it came to that perp?
Yeah, and there were some just nuances in the evidence, and it was mostly the it was not direct evidence. It was circumstantial evidence, and it just wasn't clicking for me. I just didn't have the feeling that this guy had committed this essay, and I followed my instincts, and I'm glad that I did. Now, over the years, and that was probably the most serious case where my instincts kicked in, and I was glad that I followed them. But there are other cases too where I was wrong and my partners were right. And so maybe I had the, and I'll give you another example. There was I was working, this is when I was in uniform, and I had a partner, and we made a traffic stop, and this was in an area, I won't say where it is. This was in an area, a very high crime area, very gang infested area, a lot of crack cocaine in this area of the city. And during the traffic stop, the driver, it was just a female, a lone female in the vehicle. She opened the door, driver's door, and threw something out. And so we took control of the driver and started checking around to see what was thrown out. And it was on a city street, and it was not a smooth, it was pavement, it was asphalt, but it wasn't a smooth asphalt. It was that, I can't remember what you call it, but it's kind of like an exposed aggregate type of asphalt. Okay. And there were some small rocks right outside the driver's door of this vehicle. If you know anything about rock cocaine, it is generally white. It's small, usually in a ball. Well, not usually, sometimes in a ball, maybe the size of a number 2 eraser pencil, but only in a sphere type look. And I recovered 2 pieces right below from where she was. Now, I couldn't tell whether this is rock cocaine or just rocks from the road, but it sure as hell looked to me like it was rock cocaine. And I was convinced that she threw it out. Well, my partner had seen the same thing. And she questioned, my partner's female, and she questioned whether or not this was really cocaine. She looked at it just the same as I did. We couldn't do a field test. We just didn't have the equipment out in the street to do a field test, so we didn't know for sure. And so I went with my partner's instinct, and we took the driver's information. We had everything we needed to file charges later if it came back that it was crack cocaine. And sure enough, it was not crack cocaine. They were rocks, just rocks from the road. But they look just alike. And in all honesty, and that was a felony, so we could have arrested this driver. I'm glad my partner stepped in and told me that she didn't think that it was rock cocaine, and when the lab examined it, they came back not rock cocaine or any controlled substance for that matter. It just came back as a street rock. So, it's you make judgment calls, and you use those senses, and that, especially that sixth sense, especially if you're an experienced police officer, you develop that. And if you talk to other police officers that have been on the job for a while, I think most, if not all of them, will tell you something very similar to what I just said about having a sixth sense. You just develop it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation, Josh. So,
yeah.
All right, guys. Wish you a good night.
All right. Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you, Adriana.
Bye. All right. Are you guys ready for this? You guys ready?
Sure.
Are you ready? Joey H. Where are we at? Joey H.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Listen. I got a message about you today.
What kind of message is that?
The message was that somebody told me that you told them to communicate that you were going to a concert and that we should not end the show until you got on.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're bringing this up because, there was that picture floating around with that kid with the yellow glasses. I don't know. Listen, I'm Joey H. I'm talking to you right now. I'm the real deal. I don't know who that imposter is. I don't know
that thing.
Are you Andy Kaufman? You're pulling an Andy Kaufman?
I have no idea who that guy is. If you pay attention to the picture in the glasses, I kind of laugh because if you take a Greyhound bus from New York to Detroit, it stops in PA, and you go to these rundown truck shops, and you can get those glasses for like $3. I feel sorry for whoever that kid is. I feel sorry for Chris McDonough. He's a respectable cop.
He's all right.
And I don't know who pulled a fast one on him, but I am me, and I don't want to be associated with that clown.
You remind me of when Andy Kaufman used to deny being Tony Clifton.
Yeah.
Remember that character with the mustache? And he would say, "Hey, money, right."
The best when he went on David Letterman and the guy socked him. That was the best.
But he was so funny as Tony Clifton, and he would say ridiculous things. Oh, Larry!
I got to tell you, Joey, I saw the photo, and I refused to share it.
Good.
I didn't know.
Good. I don't want to be associated with that person. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand.
I really appreciate that. That's just why I love. Now, Gary, hit replay tonight or tomorrow and watch yourself. You're very happy tonight. Don't let us go. You almost tried to bail on the show. You're like, yeah, my people are sick of hearing my voice.
No,
blah,
I
blah,
still
blah.
think that, but I'm having
You hurt a
fun
lot
with
of
it.
people's
I like it.
feelings. You know, you got to
I
stay
did?
with us. Yeah, because we depend on you and this dynamic you have with Josh.
You depend on the
Yes. Yeah, not depends Pampers. We depend like we depend on. I think the whole Dear Abby thing is just a real thing. Listen, let's get to business here. First of all, I want to recap CrimeCon and tell you guys that it was really great. It was really hello to the chat. The chat are family. They are my family. And you know when Chris and his wife Karen, a beautiful couple, beautiful people, when they organized that event, that get together at Weston, it was like a family it was almost like a family reunion. I swear, it was hilarious. It's like everybody's in a circle. All you needed was like, you ever seen in New York outside Memorial Day? They do the barbecues with the with
playing stick. You guys playing stickball? Is that what you did?
You need well, you can't play stickball in a park. You play it on the street, and I did play stickball.
Yeah.
But the dirty water hot dogs and the barbecue meat and stuff, like it was kind of like that. JLR, I think he got thrown out of CrimeCon, so he was on the side. He didn't join the party. He had some groupies. So he's on the side. I actually went up and shook his hand. You know, he's a celebrity. Sure. So I shook his hand. And but that was such a cool thing that Chris did, and it was so nice to meet Chris and Karen. They're beautiful people, and they made it and the chat and the family, the chat people. Hello to all of you people. You guys are so awesome, and it's so beautiful. And Gary, you were brought up a lot, and Josh, and so anyway, because in a way, you guys are still part of the interview room family. It's kind of like,
in all seriousness,
yes,
who in the living heck would bring me up? What reason is there to bring me up? I could see bringing up Josh.
Yeah,
but,
well, we're gonna get.
Oh, is Dr. Gary here? I mean, that I could see, but other than that,
well, we're gonna get into who brought you up with my question. But I'll tell you who your name came up properly pronounced by Steve Concalves, who I spoke with. He calls you Brucato. He called you.
Why
I'll tell you afterwards. Let me talk about Bigfoot right now. So, Josh, the other night, Josh, you were talking with John Lamb about those teddy bear books that he writes, and you said, I don't know if I could read that because you're into Bigfoot or something like that, which I am, and I probably have his DNA because I told you I have Neanderthal DNA. Definitely. But now listen, here's the cool thing. And Brucato, hold on, because I'm sure you know the answers to this. But Josh, do you know where there's a link between teddy bears and Bigfoot? I'm gonna educate you. Do you know the link?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know how a teddy bear was created? This is where Brucato has to keep quiet because
that's the president, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, but why? Why'd they make a teddy bear, a cuddly teddy bear?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the complete story. I just know that it's because of Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay, yeah. So Teddy Roosevelt, I'm going to tie this with Sasquatch. So Teddy Roosevelt was an avid hunter. He was the first person, by the way, who published the eyewitness account of a Sasquatch in what he called the wilderness hunter. Okay,
you listening, Bob?
Yeah, but listen to this. So the teddy bear was a hunt. He was an avid hunter. Listen, Bob is smiling. God bless him. Sometimes I feel like I got to tickle him to get him to smile. He's smiling. I love this.
You wouldn't want to tickle me, Joe.
No, I don't want to tickle you. No, but I love you, Bob. In all seriousness, I think it's awesome that you're part of this Hollywood Squares today. The Teddy Roosevelt went on a hunting trip. He could not find a bear, so his friends caught a black bear, tied it to a tree, and Teddy Roosevelt refused to shoot it. They made a comic strip out of it, making fun of him, and that's how the teddy bear was created as out of that mockery. So isn't that an interesting story? So with the Sasquatch, Teddy Roosevelt was the first person he was obsessed with Bigfoot, and he published the first eyewitness encounter of it because remember the guy's neck was snapped there was a story about a guy who saw this creature on two legs. They said, "Let's get out of here." When they went to pick up the bear trap, the guy who went to pick up the bear trap, he was found with his neck snapped, and they assumed it was a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch.
Well, hold on, Joey.
I will. Go ahead.
You have to forgive me because you
Yes,
know I
please,
love this kind of weird
please,
stuff.
yes, please, yes.
So
I love it.
what you're talking about, just to clarify for the audience, you're talking about the book The Wilderness Hunter, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that book, the whole point was that Teddy Roosevelt was repeating a story that had been told to him.
Yes.
About this kind of bipedal, creature that had a foul smell or whatever. But it was secondhand, and it was a book of folklore. Like the whole point was he was telling a folklore.
No, it was first eyewitness accounts.
He was telling the story that a frontiersman had told him for a book of folklore. Now that story is often referenced by cryptozoologists and people that are interested in this. And the idea is that it is interesting that what the old, the frontiersman told Teddy Roosevelt had characteristics of what sounds like a Sasquatch because it walked on 2 feet and had a foul smell and other things like that. But he never says I believe there's a Bigfoot. He just says, I heard this story, and he repeats. I mean, I could tell you stories people told me about seeing creatures and things like that, but that doesn't mean I believe them. But
but Teddy Roosevelt went hunting for the thing. He was right. He was a hunter. He went hunting for it
because he had heard. I think that's true, because he had heard that story secondhand from someone. But it's very, very interesting. I remember once, a true story. I had a woman that I knew, an older woman, who told me that she was in rural, I want to say Kentucky, and she was out in a forested area, and she fell through the ground into a kind of underground cave system. And she encountered this very strange thing that she said she couldn't tell if it was a bear or some other kind of creature, and its eyes were a little too yellow and for her comfort. And then she said that some years later, she was in some kind of local museum dedicated to early life in the area, and she saw this thing, like a kind of recreated image of this thing, and it was apparently some kind of supposedly extinct prehistoric cave bear. And she was convinced that she had seen one of these things alive. There are weird stories like that. Remember, for a long time, for example, they thought that the coelacanth was extinct. It was a fish found only in the fossil record. And then they found them alive in the South Seas. Now you can see them in aquariums and around the world. But they thought they were extinct for many millions of years. Another example is, for a very long time, it was believed that the long sea serpents that were described by sailors for over 1,000 years were completely made up. And then they discovered these 60-foot oarfish that do swim on the surface of the water next to boats in certain parts of the world that perfectly match the descriptions and drawings of what a lot of these people had seen. And the third example I'd give would be the giant squid, Architeuthis, which was thought to be mythological, and then they started to film them underwater.
And the giant shark too, right? The megalodon
exist, right? But the thing is, but Bigfoot, but there are some creatures that they think are deceased that it turns out they're still around. That's called a Lazarus species.
Like the Leviathan?
No. Leviathan is a vague biblical term for some kind of sea creature, just as behemoth is a strange term. But so the point is, there's a difference between a species that once existed and you think it's gone, and then you find a living example of it, right? Like if we were to discover that, I don't know, there's still a plesiosaur swimming around in the water of Lake Champlain, and that's what they call, Champ, the sea creature Champ.
I love
that would be what they call a Lazarus species.
You don't want to end up like that, Gary, with these call-in shows. You're trying to stop the call-in shows. You're going to end up like Champ.
No, but the point is, there are many people who believe that Bigfoot is some kind of prehistoric ape or bipedal creature that we think is extinct but still survives out in the world. And there have been examples of that, but I just don't happen to believe in that one because there isn't unequivocal evidence of it. But I have to say, there are weird things that happen where you think that certain creatures are gone and they're not.
Hey, Joey.
It does happen. What's up?
Joey, have you ever heard the guy that called into Art Bell's show that claimed that he shot 2 Bigfoot?
No.
I was on Art Bell's show.
No.
You were?
I was indeed.
Why?
Michael Stone and I got invited on. Let's talk about the New Evil when it got taken over by David Schrader, whatever his name was.
Yeah. Well,
do a show one day on Bigfoot. But listen, Josh, before you say whatever, just no one has been able to discredit, and no one will ever be able to discredit the Patterson Super 8 film. You cannot. No, it has not. It has not. Watch Planet of the Apes and tell me if they look like what looks more real.
The people who made the costumes for Planet of the Apes, supposedly made the.
I'm gonna send you some links. This hits a personal nerve because I believe I'm partially related to the creature, and let's get to the question now. Now listen to me. The question has to do with you're gonna love it, and I'm gonna shut up and hang up afterwards because I want to hear what everyone has to say.
Did you just say you're related to Bigfoot? I have to make sure.
I absolutely am. I have Neanderthal DNA. Yes, I am. I am real. But the guy in the picture with the yellow glasses, that's a fake. Yeah. And somehow they got into Chris McDonough's phone, and that's why he's kind of. It's like a photo bomb if you really pay attention to the photo. So listen. So this is what happened at CrimeCon. Okay. And it was very cool to go to that CrimeCon. It was very interesting for me. It reminded me it's so much like so many people. I didn't know it was that many people. I've never seen that many people in an event except for like Con. I've been to Con. Con is that packed. This place was packed. You know, most of the Gary, you got to admit that a lot of the speakers are very legitimate. There's some goofy stuff, but a lot of it's really informative and legitimate.
Yeah, listen. I've spoken at CrimeCon. I've experienced some wonderful stuff.
Yeah. So I met a lot of the people in the chat. Became family with everybody, and particularly with Lori Lowe and her hubby Andrew. We're tight. She's like, we're family, but so we really wanted to meet the Concalves family because they were going to do a meet and greet. So hear me out on this. So this book has come out recently, and Josh, you had said that you've been seeing Kohlberger in the news a lot. Well, the book came out that's called Broken Plea, and there's been a new firestorm of there was a lot of screw ups done by the police. Some of them are revealed in this book. 100% Kohlberger committed the crime and admitted to it. But, this book has reignited what's called the pro-burgers, and Mr. Christy and Steve Goncalves are feeling that, the brunt of that. And so they had to cut the meet and greet short. And they had security with them. They actually had to get them out the side door, and they were experiencing death threats. So me and Lori and her husband, we watched. We were very moved by they did a talk. It was Sunday, so it was towards the end of the whole CrimeCon thing, and it brought us to tears. It was very powerful, very moving, and they were talking about their experience. Since this pro-burger thing, and this whole new term has started to kick called Idaho 5. They're putting Kohlberger in now it's not Idaho 4. These pro-burgers, they're calling it the Idaho 5 and classifying Kohlberger as another victim. So you say the movie Splash. Did you guys see the movies? Do you remember Splash with John Candy, which by the way is a great documentary on John Candy now on
Daryl Hannah, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, remember at the end when they're going to rescue the mermaid and they put that was me and Lori Lowe and Andrew. We were hell bent on meeting the Concalves families to give them a hug. It was like a hug hunt and we ended up getting through the back area of the stage after they spoke, and there was this laundry basket, and we pulled it off. We gave these people are beautiful. We had a nice private moment with them, and they're beautiful, amazing people, Christy and Steve, and talked to them a little bit, gave them a big hug, and it was a beautiful moment. So here's the thing. With the book that's come out, Broken Plea, and even related to the experiences that Chris McDonough has been having with the Guthrie coverage he does with these trolls. So my question relates to trolls and grief. So here's the question, all right? Dun, 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 drum roll. Where does responsibility begin and end when it comes to how victims of crime are addressed within the public forum? Public forum meaning books, public forum meaning chat rooms. The public forum, where does responsibility begin and end when it comes to how victims of crime are addressed within the public forum? That goes to the author of Broken Plea also. I talk a lot, so let me shut up, let me leave and hear you guys out. Take care. I love you all. Bob, thanks for being here. Why don't you kickstart it, man?
Yeah, love that. Thank you, Joey.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You weren't ready for that, Bob. I told you. I asked you if you were ready. You said yes. I knew you weren't.
Oh, I've heard Joey before.
The best.
Yeah, he's interesting chap.
That was the understatement of the year. I think 90% of what he says is troll. So don't. He's just busting chops. He's a very, very good guy.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I've heard of this book that he referenced, and but I haven't read it. I haven't heard anyone talk about it really. And I live in Idaho. I'm not saying it isn't a thing. I'm not saying that his observations aren't correct. They probably are, but I don't think it's going to really get much traction. Koberger's not getting a new trial. I don't think the evidence is there that I think there's ample evidence if he had gone to trial to convict him, and I don't see this going anywhere. So to me it's just really not an issue.
Yeah.
But Bob, for Joey's question, what do you think about the way that people who write books about crime, or even on shows like this talk about crime, how do you sensitively handle the fact that the only thing that really matters is the victims? That ultimately we're only talking about these killers to help catch them or to prevent more of them, but we're not talking about them to celebrate them. And I think what he's getting at is, if you write a book like that, the question is, at what point does it come across that you're sort of trying to write a fair narrative where you take into consideration the full personality of the killer? And at what point are you sort of saying, it's not about him, we don't care about him, this is about the victims, and that their families are not only haunted by this, but are going to be affected by the long-term effects of the way that narrative is shaped? And I think, Bob, you've dealt with a lot of victims' families in your work, of course. I mean, right? I mean, so I mean, it's a good question about that. Where is that dividing line? Like, for example, if you were writing a book about a case that you worked on, and there were a number that were really very interesting and prominent you write about, if you ever did, would you use the real names of the victims? Would you mention their families' real names? Is it the equivalent of doxing them using their real name? You know what I'm saying? What's the dividing line? So it's a good question.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is a good question. I guess maybe I was just trying to dismiss it. I don't know where the dividing line is, because social media and the unprofessional so-called mainstream news media today, I just don't think that there really are any professional parameters.
Right.
And so I don't know where you draw that line.
Well, the problem is, and to Joey's question, the problem is the stories are intertwined. You can't tell the story of the victims of the Idaho massacre without telling the story of the one who committed it.
Koberger story, sure.
It's impossible. You have to have it all intermingles, and unfortunately, for the rest of their lives, their daughter will be mentioned in the same breath as that monster, Brian Koberger. There's no way around it. It's impossible. The same way that I can't tell my mother's story without telling my father's part of it. Now, I would much rather talk about my mother and how much I adored and miss her, but none of those things happen without the suspect committing the crime. So while there is some professional responsibility, a lot of people just don't give a damn. They're there to sensationalize. They're there to sell whatever it is that they're selling. They don't have any, as my grandmother would call it, couth, no ethics, no decorum, nothing when it comes to that sort of thing. And so if you're going to,
so in order to correct this though, Josh, we would have to restrict speech, correct?
Yeah, you
Wouldn't
can't.
we?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Right.
So you're always going. There are going to be ethical people who talk about these situations, and there are going to be unethical people. Now there are people that are going to just say that Koberger is innocent just because it gets a crowd, and there's a subset of people that like to hear that. They don't even have to believe it. They just do it because it's profitable to them. And you know what? Damn those people for doing it, but you can't stop it. It's just impossible. Now, is it wrong? Yes. But you can't stop it.
Well, yeah. And I'm, obviously I believe in free speech.
I do too.
And yeah, look what's going on in the UK today. I mean, they are stifling speech right and left over there, and it's very, very troubling. And I realize it's not America, but they tout themselves as a free society. And if you don't have free speech, how can you be completely free as a free society? And so I don't want to get that to that place here in this country. And there are some in this country that would like for us to all get there. And I'm just not willing to take even a baby step in that direction. And I understand that it's going to create a new victimhood, especially in situations like this. I understand that the victims, the 4 victims in Idaho, they will always be linked to BK. And but in order to correct that, we would have to stifle speech, right? I don't know how else we could correct that.
Well, the only way, there's no way. You say correct it, but it's more like, how do you stop it? You don't. The thing you do is you push back against it. You let people know that, the people that have ethics, that you don't stand for it. That your audience or whoever you are with your audience, like, you have an ethical obligation to tell your audience, I'm not with this. I think it's wrong. Obviously, you can't make up people's minds, as long as this is nothing new. I mean, it's contrarianism is a thing that goes all the way back to the beginning of the world. It will always happen, but not only being a contrarian, but also just being a pot stirrer, somebody who doesn't even believe what they're saying, but says it because it draws a crowd, because there are people that do believe it. There are people that have a conspiratorial mind that crave that. Every single case that I've ever talked about, there are people that inevitably always say, I think there's another person involved, when there's clearly not. Or, I remember when I would talk about Columbine, they'd always talk about a third shooter. They said, well, you haven't seen this or you haven't seen that. There's no evidence of a third shooter. Now there's going to be somebody in the chat. There's going to be somebody that leaves me a comment and say, yes, there is. That's how this stuff works. It's just when people are allowed to have an opinion, and they are allowed to, they're going to say asinine things, and it happens constantly. And there's nothing you can do about it. Now, if you have ethics and you have morals, and I would say, I don't know what the percentage is of people that do, but the only way to stifle it is to speak out against it and fight against it and have people that do oppose that sort of thing.
Well, or you can stifle it at the bookstore or Amazon.
By not buying. Yeah, right.
Yeah, or don't give the click or the thumbs up, or don't subscribe to these people that are online that are perpetuating the obvious lies or falsities in some way. But one person that could add a lot of context to this whole conversation refused to do so, and that's BK. He could have told us a lot about what happened, and I know the Gonsalves family really wanted to hear from him, and I don't blame them. I believe all four families actually did want to hear from him, but the Gonsalves is particularly wanted to hear from Koberger, and he denied them and the other families that, and that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. I was really disappointed. I thought he would man up maybe just a smidge and tell us what happened and why he did this.
He doesn't have that in him.
But he doesn't have the huevos to do that.
Not at all.
He's a coward.
And this question here, ethics is agreed on set of rules. Surely, Josh. And how do you get a society to agree to a set of rules? Well, I think people know, for the most part, I think people know the difference between right and wrong. I don't think that that's something that has to be taught. It helps when you have some guidelines and when the things are sort of gray. And when things are gray, you can surely believe that they're probably on the leaning towards being wrong. I mean, that's my thought. I mean, I think that most things are pretty cut and dry, but you just you cannot get everybody to agree about a certain set of, look, we have a law in this country that you have to wear a seatbelt, right, Bob? You pulled over people that didn't wear seatbelts, right? Now, I think personally, I do not endorse not wearing a seatbelt at all. I think you should, but I don't think that the government should have the right to tell you to do that and fine you for it, right? That's different. Okay, I wear my seatbelt. My kids wore their seatbelts. I think people should wear their seatbelts, but I don't think that you should be forced to do it by the government. But you are, okay, and that's something that it's one of those things where you don't get society to agree on it. It's just sort of taken out of your hands. That's not a free speech thing. That's much different. So I think that it blurs the lines of just right and wrong, and people know when they're doing wrong. They just pretend that they're not.
Well, let's use the seatbelt analogy. I do believe the government has not only the right, but has the responsibility to require seatbelts, just as they should require helmets if you're riding a motorcycle. And the reason that I believe that is it doesn't just affect the driver not wearing the seatbelt or the motorcyclist not wearing the helmet. It affects us all. It affects the first responders. It affects the cops, the paramedics, the firefighters that respond to these scenes and have to scrape these people up off the pavement. So it's not just the person driving the car.
But that happens anyway.
Well, yeah, it might, but it happens a lot less because somebody's wearing a seatbelt, or they may not have their brains splattered all over the pavement because they're wearing a helmet.
Sure.
So it affects us a lot less. And now that said, I am not one for the government intruding in my life or enacting new laws. I don't like that generally, but there are some common sense things like the seatbelt law and a helmet law that I believe the government not only has a right to impose on us, but they have a responsibility.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm for people wearing their seatbelts. I wear my seatbelt. I think everybody should wear their seatbelt. I'm just saying that to me, it's you're talking about Big Brother, and you say that they have the right. Well, I don't know if they have the right or not, but they do it.
Well, you don't. None of us have a right to drive. You know that,
Sure.
correct? It's a privilege. And
Sure.
it says it in most states, it says it right on the driver's license or when you sign for your driver's license. It's a privilege to drive. So none of us have a constitutional right. I couldn't tell you how many people argue with me on the street that I've pulled over the years. Yeah, well, some of those too, but just somebody that you would think is reasonably intelligent that says, tries to tell me that they have a constitutional right to drive a car. Well, really, you don't.
No, you don't.
So anyway, I didn't want to make this about traffic safety, but it was a good analogy to get my point across that I do think that the government does have some responsibility to keep us safe in some ways. Okay.
And you should absolutely always wear your seatbelt, no matter what. It was just, that was a thought that I've always had. But do I think that it's a good law? I do, of course. I mean, and I definitely, and that's more of a, or like you said, you're talking about the government, kind of reaching in and talking, but you're completely right when you're talking about the highways and stuff like that is made by the state, and then they're ran by the city, and so yeah, there are.
I'm a native Californian, and I left the state in 1990 when I was in my 30s, and I never ever thought I would ever leave California. I loved living in Southern California, had everything in the world. It wasn't until I was outside the state, living outside the state, and saw some of the ridiculous laws that were being passed in California, and that made me thankful that I was no longer living there. And I retired to the state of Idaho because I have a lot more freedom here than people in California do. And that's going to rub some people the wrong way, but that's the truth.
I live in California.
I don't have this government overreach. I'm not paying 11% in state income tax. And I can go on and on and on. You get the point. So we all have a choice, and this is the choice that I made.
And Joey calls with thought-provoking questions that turn into something. Let's take
that was good.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a few more calls. Let's see. Lisa, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure, can.
Hi, I'm calling from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Hi, very good.
Hi. I just first want to say I love you all. Dr. G, I was just listening to music earlier. It's beautiful. Josh, I've been following you since the Summerwell days.
Yeah, that's way back. What happened? Did we lose her? I haven't. I don't want to give up because, hold on. Lisa, you there? Okay, hold on. You there, Lisa?
Yeah, sorry about that. So I'll just cut to the chase. First things first is we've got great fishing here, Bob. But on another note, Karen Reed has been hitting the wavelengths again. Yeah. And I'm just wondering your overall feeling, and I may get cut off here because my cell phone's overheating. So I want to hear your thoughts on that before I jump. And also I'd like your thoughts on what you think is the possibility of the mixed DNA.
The mixed DNA and the Nancy Guthrie case?
Yes, pardon me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I'm going to jump because I'm having technical difficulties, but I just love you all. And yeah, if you could just elaborate on those two things. I'll just end with this, that I've been very outspoken with Karen.
I think she's gonna drop again.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Karen Reed case, that case is, it's almost like Dr. Gary with the Delphi case. It's something that I don't talk about it a lot. I thought that she was guilty, and I just kind of leave it at that. And you say that, and there will be people that come at you and say you're an idiot. You know what you're talking about. The evidence is this, the evidence is that. I thought that she was guilty. I think that she's gonna try and make some money off of it, and I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of Karen Reed at all. That's where I stand. And then the mixed DNA. Bob, you know about mixed DNA.
I really don't know that much about it. And I am not any kind of a DNA expert. And so.
But I think you and I, we've talked about this before, and we're saying, when people are talking about, if they're putting all their eggs in the basket, then we have a big. I think we have a problem.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't. I know a lot of people are really pinning hopes on the DNA solving this case, but I'm not that confident that it will.
Yeah, so. I don't think so either. What about you, Dr. Gary?
I'm gonna echo you, Bob, and what you said about that. But what do you think, Josh?
About the DNA? I don't think it's going to turn out to be anything.
Well, I was listening to what was her name? It's bothering me. I can't remember her name. That very, very bright DNA expert, female DNA expert.
CC.
That's it. I can't remember her list. No, anyway, she's amazing. And what she basically was talking about was that there is a way, I think it's called deconvolution, if I'm not mistaken, where they can sort of tease apart. You have to get up to like a 40% amount, like 40% number to have a usable profile. And I think it's CC Moore.
Yeah.
And, the idea is, I think they can do that they have the technology to do it if in the right hands, but it will take a long time. And I think the problem is people want to think of this like some episode of CSI or something. I mean, I think it could take, I think it could even take a year to tease apart the DNA. And it may be that they come up with a profile that points to, DNA that was supposed to be in the house, that kind of thing. So who knows? But I think I have to say that I think the DNA is maybe less important than we wish it was. I think if this case gets cracked, it's going to be more about like the technology. And did you see, Bob? I sent you that TMZ episode today with the technology expert that had some. I wonder what your opinions were on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gary. I
got a chance to watch it.
Yeah, I was just leaving to go out to dinner with some friends, and I just I haven't had a chance to view it. I will, and I'll text you what I think. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see. We got about 4 more calls. Let's go ahead and take. We're going to go to Carrie. Carrie, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Can you guys hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, sorry. I'm calling from Montecito, California. I think the last caller actually brought up what I was going to talk about. It was about Karen Reed, how she's suing the state of Massachusetts Police Department and the Canton Police Department.
Yes.
Because these disgusting texts have come out between 2 investigators on the case.
Yep.
And I thought she was guilty, and I still feel she's guilty. But the things that were going between these 2 investigators, just made me kind of wonder. And I guess a question would be for Bob. I don't know if Bob has followed any of this or seen any of the texts.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have not. I really didn't follow that case very closely. I know it involved a car and a Boston police officer, but I really didn't follow the case.
Yeah,
Okay.
I unfortunately did. And yeah, look, yeah, they were very regrettable messages, vulgar, yeah,
Vulgar, yeah.
unbecoming of police officers, no question. I don't know. I don't really know what that has to do with her, being accused of hitting her boyfriend and screaming, I hit him? I hit him. Did I hit him? I hit him, and all that stuff. And
Yeah. I guess my question was, I was just curious if those kind of things go on in some of these police departments, or is that just something that is
in my town, there was three police officers had a text chain, and they were talking about homeless people, how they should, drive them over to an island somewhere and set them on fire or something. And those text messages got leaked. They all got fired. I mean, it was, because the town has a homeless problem, and so they were tired of dealing with homeless people, which is unfortunately sometimes part of the job of the police department to deal with them. And they were getting tired of it. And they said some awful things that they wanted to do to the homeless people, but and it got leaked, and they all lost their job because of it, and probably rightfully so. I mean, some of the things that they were saying were some really, really terrible things. And by the way, and if you're in the comments talking about Karen Reed, I truly don't care. I'm not going to argue with you about it. You can feel however you want. She's free. If you guys take pleasure with that, but the evidence to me said a different thing. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So, I'm not one of those people like, there just seem to be too many. I don't even want to get into it. I'm so sick of her, and she's to me such an unlikable person anyway. So, the whole thing bothers me. But, all right, Carrie. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Great panel tonight. I love seeing all three of you together. So it's been a real treat.
All right.
Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, let's see. Christine, go ahead. Christine, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Central Florida.
Central Florida. Hold on one second. Let me adjust your. Where'd you go? There you are. Let me turn you down a little bit. All right, go ahead.
I'm calling from Central Florida, and I've listened to your show for a long time. I find it very interesting. I really enjoy all of your insights and the different things that come up.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I was going to offer you an idea about the Nancy Guthrie case, if you would like to hear that.
Sure.
Okay. I think it was probably revenge. And the reason I think that is because nothing anybody comes up with really makes a lot of sense. But since Nancy and her daughter were aligned on so many issues, I think that there was some issue, whether it had to do with politics or a community service or something, especially since Savannah had reached to the community when she was a reporter in the area, that they may have aligned against someone or something that really made someone mad. And so that's where it started. And it was always to take Nancy, and I think just it was revenge. It was a murder. And the reason they took her was because they thought that that would also affect Savannah. And I think that's what the whole idea was.
Mm. Yeah, well, that's something that's been floated around, and I'm sort of on in the camp of I I would think that if there were revenge, why wouldn't they just go after the person? Bob, what do you think about that? I've heard this theory before, and it gets a lot of traction.
Well, it could be a revenge. I think most people believe that this is now a murder investigation and not just an abduction, missing person. So I think a lot of people believe that this is a revenge murder, and they could be right.
It could be absolutely.
Yeah, like the other things, you can't like some of the evidence we talked about earlier. Was it staged or not staged? You can't take any of this off the table because we really don't have enough information to rule it out. So you got to leave it on the table.
Yeah, Dr. Gary.
Look, again, it's possible. I still think that it has more of the earmarks of an elimination murder if it isn't an abduction that went south for money, that went south. It looks more like an elimination murder, which I've discussed in the literature, where you try to make it look like some outside person came in and did it to conceal the fact that you knew the victim in some way, and therefore might have had a more obvious motive for doing it. Because I think that, at least on the surface, the primary motive probably was financial, but there can be a secondary motive that can be emotional in a lot of these cases, and that's why in some elimination murders, if that's what it is, you can see things like overkill, where the passion or the emotion associated with it can come out. I'll give you an example of this. In the beginning of this show, I said that there was a Netflix show coming out about Taylor Parker, the woman who removed the fetus from a woman that she had befriended.
Ugh.
Well, if she was found, guilty of that, she was. Well, that's technically an elimination murder, because the point is the mother had to be eliminated simply to acquire the fetus. It was not personal. She just wanted the mother out of the way. However, she stabbed that woman over 100 times and strangled her and clocked her over the head. So the argument might be made that in addition to the elimination, there was a personal issue like envying her, right? So then there's an emotional element on top of a simple, pragmatic motive for the murder. I think if there's an emotional aspect to this, it could be something like, resentment or some dynamics that we're unaware of between people who might have been associated with this. Somebody who, I still think whoever did this, and I think it's more than one person. I think, Bob, you would agree, right? It's not just one individual, a little group, or at least two.
At least two.
Yeah. At least two. There would be people who in some way knew Nancy and knew the area. For example, I do not subscribe to this current hypothesis that this was just some local worker who thought that she might have money, and targeted her. I think this person would have known her a little bit, unless the worker was coming over the house and getting to know her and all that, right, Bob? Wouldn't you say this person was very comfortable there, knew her? Okay. And I think the idea is that it's possible the person had some reason to resent her or somebody else in the dynamic around her. That is possible. But the thing is, we don't have any indication of what happened to her exactly to point to those emotional indicators that there was something more than just a pragmatic motive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like signs of overkill, or torturing the victim, or making her humiliate herself, or things like that would point to that. I know Josh always gets annoyed when I bring up Lizzie Borden, but it's a great example of what I think was an elimination murder. Yes. And the reason it's such an instructive case that I keep bringing up is that there was overkill in terms of the hatcheting of the father and the stepmother. If the point is to make it look like an outsider came in and killed them, shoot them. Make it easy. Do it something quick. They didn't have to be mutilated in the way that they were, with that excessive facial overkill of the father, or the hatcheting of the back of the head of the stepmother. So I think that showed hatred of the stepmother. and other sort of rage towards the father. Well, the point is, we don't have any crime scene to look at like that, where there's a body and signs of it. So all we have are signs of a pragmatic motive. But if we were to get a sense of what really went on, it might point to at least a secondary motive of something emotional. And I can't help but think that there is a secondary emotional motive to this. Because all of the things that you would expect to see in a stranger coming into the house, clear robbery or a sexual assault, there's no sign of it. And that is very common in staging because stagers are not particularly sophisticated. So they sometimes don't realize they have to fake a sexual assault or a robbery to make it look like a stranger came in and did it. Someone asked a question earlier: how common is staging?
I saw that too, and I am kind of curious.
Like 3% of crimes can contain some aspect of staging, and I think something as much as 8% of homicides. And that information can be reviewed on the website for PHI Consultants, which is Vernon Gayberth, a member of our foundation. Vernon Gayberth has PHI Consultants. He's got that on his website, and you could read.
I've seen a lot of staging murders where people say that somebody took their own life, and then they put the gun in a certain place and try and
like people think with Kurt Cobain, for example.
Yeah, things like that, and but I've seen a lot of those before.
Which Gayberth commented on. Vernon Gayberth commented on that case famously.
Yeah. But anyway, Christine, thank you for. I hope that we appreciate your input, and hopefully.
I had another question more for Dr. Gary.
Yeah.
I was listening to the show one night, and I thought someone said that their mother had committed suicide, and I thought, oh my, that touched me because that has happened to me. And I would think that the best thing, I don't know, maybe this is advice to you, the best answer to that is it's not your fault. That when there is something like that happens, whether it's a friend or a close family member, it is a bad day and a bad decision. And I work with a group of people who have all had a parent take themselves out. And it just ruins their lives. I mean, because they get guilt or emotional problems and different things like that. And I think it's the old idea of not speaking ill of the dead. And it's like, you don't have to hate them or to be mad at them to say they made a mistake, if they had a bad day and they made a bad decision. And I think that takes a lot of the pressure. Because if you've ever been through a funeral like that, you can get into a lot of problems. I know with my mom, I had people who were blaming everybody else. They were blaming each other. And people that just, because they believed suicides went to hell, were all just torn up terribly. And I'm like, no, first of all, I don't believe that. My mom knew the Lord. She didn't rely on him. But I think that she would, since she knew him, she would go to heaven. But it's just the whole idea that it's just a special pressure. It's like losing a child or something. I can't understand that. I can be sympathetic and sorry, but I can't understand it. And so when that came up, that's kind of my first thought. I wanted to say, wait, bad day, bad decision. It's not your fault. And so, thirdly, I have a recording of a Bigfoot howling because I go out looking and I found a whole track line. I've got the plaster cast and I've got the sound if you'd like to hear one howl.
Oh man, I would love that.
Okay. Hang on. I got it queued up here.
You're going to play it right now.
Oh,
I'm going to play it. All right, here we go.
There it is. Told you.
Any photos, Christine?
Oh, Bob.
Oh no, they don't. They're not photogenic, but there is credible people that believe in Bigfoot. Dr. Meldrum, who died recently.
Josh
wrote-
Diaz at the lab.
I did. I met him, and this was the nicest fellow. And his testimony was he didn't believe in it until somebody showed him a track line. And he's a PhD in bipedal locomotion, and he worked with people that had foot injuries, either born with them or sustained them in an accident. And he looked at the footprints and he said, "This is not human." And he named several parts of the footprint that show it was not done by a human. And he also talked about how you could see it responding to the ground and to rocks and to different things that a shoe or a wooden foot would not do. So anyway, like I said, I've been out there and I've seen them. I have not seen them. I've heard them, but I have not seen them because they're wily. But hey, lots of things can disappear. Have you had the story of the Billy Ape yet?
The what? What is it?
The Billy Ape. Oh, you got to hear this story. It was about in the Congo, there was the natives who kept saying there was a 5 foot tall lion eating chip. Oh, Dr. Brucato looks like he knows it.
I know this story. I've heard the story, but tell it. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, nobody believed them. And the scientists all said chimpanzees do not grow to 5 feet and they do not eat meat and they do not predate lions. This is not true. Well, back in the 90s, I think it was, I forgot her name, but the lady that's famous for working with gorillas and stuff out in the wild.
Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall.
Yes, Jane Woodall. Wait, say it again.
Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall. And she finally talked National Geographic into actually looking because all the scientists said this was not true and that just a myth. And so she talked them into looking. They went out to this area and worked with the natives, and they were there, I think, a couple of years before the natives said, "We have found them. We will show you." And so they're like, "Okay, let's go." And they went with the natives who took them into the wilds, into the jungle, and they actually found and took a picture of this chimpanzee. He was not eating a leopard or a lion. He was eating a leopard, which are actually more dangerous than lions, sitting in a tree eating this leopard. And so they finally believed it. Of course, it was an amazing discovery for scientists. They never thought this could be possible. And they found one, and now they're documented. Now they're almost extinct because of the people studying them and poachers knowing that they're really there trying to poach them because chimpanzee meat, I guess, is pretty good. You wanted to try it. But anyway, that's the Billy Ape. That was in the 1990s. And so here in America, there's more uncharted territory than anyone cares to believe and places that nobody's been. So yeah, I've been there. And I've heard them. I've seen their track lines, and this wasn't just a couple of footprints. This was a very long track line.
Well, Christine, I don't think we're going to convince Bob. He probably thinks we went to the moon too. So,
oh dear.
Yeah, I don't believe in UFOs either. So,
well, I don't know about UFOs, but I was there when they walked on the moon. So, I mean, I wasn't with them, but I was watching them on TV.
I used to just say that to my grandpa just to piss him off. I go, "Yeah, you really think we went to the moon?" And then he would call me a communist every time.
Oh, well.
This is turning into the Art Bell show, actually.
I listened to it. I was never on it.
Yeah, it's a great show. Well, you're on it now.
That's pretty good. And if you come to Orlando, I'm going to go because I live right by there.
There we go. See?
That sounds cool.
Well, thank you.
I think it's meet you at CrimeCon.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Does that imply that the howling Sasquatch that you recorded is in the Florida area? I could believe that Sasquatch is in Florida. I lived in Florida.
They are.
A couple of them.
Hold on. Yes, I believe we went to the moon. I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
But I lived in Florida, and I encountered some real characters. Let me tell you.
People are
I
getting
love Florida, but there are some characters. Oof.
Yeah. No, that recording was from Oklahoma. My friend lives in Oklahoma, and this one lives on his property. Now they're in the Green Swamp, which is right by where I live. It's just north of me. They're in the Ocala National Forest. They're in the Everglades. I've been up in the Panhandle. I think it was Hurricane Matthew that hit the Panhandle and kind of leveled that whole place. But the best night vision Sasquatch videos come from the Panhandle of Florida. So yeah, I've been around.
There we go. All right,
All
Christy,
right, thank you
so much. Bye. All right, you guys up for two more?
There you have it.
Hey, this is what I love about call-in shows is that you can it's whatever, you know. It's
No, that was a great call.
You can ask about crime, you can ask about Bigfoot, you can ask about anything. I think it's part of the appeal of the show. All right, you guys up for two more?
Of course, I am.
Go ahead, Janet. Where are you calling from?
Janet.
I wonder where Janet might be calling.
I can't hear her. What happened to Janet? Oh, there she is. Oh, hi, Janet.
Janet with the bookstore.
This is DB Cooper.
Wait, is Janet the one who had the bookstore?
Yes.
Guilty to all of the above.
Thank you for your email.
Remember, you were insulting the holistic community?
I probably was.
Yeah.
Well, some people just can't help themselves. Haters are gonna hate, you know.
That's a fact.
I wasn't hating on the.
You're gonna have the haters, right? Haters are gonna hate.
We were talking about the occult aspects of whether there were occult aspects.
Haters are gonna hate.
I know.
Yeah.
You're gonna have the haters, right? Haters are gonna hate.
So, Bob, you had asked in the chat. I didn't see at the time where my store was. And it was off of Mission Boulevard on a little street called Albatross Street, about 2 blocks from the medical center in the Mission Hills area. And it actually was in a house that was commercially zoned. So,
yeah, and right behind
anyway,
you could buy white wall tires and paintball guns.
Well, actually, on the corner was a place that worked on cars, a garage that worked on cars.
Yeah, that whole area looks a lot different today than when I worked there in the 80s. How long have you been there, Janet?
Actually, I was there in the 80s, in the late 80s.
Yeah, you've seen all the changes. Yeah.
Well, no, I left. I haven't been there in many years. So, and the person that owned the property also owned the property directly behind it that fronted onto Mission Boulevard. They had an antique store, and for years they were trying to buy out that garage on the corner so that they could have that whole humongous property to expand. So I have no doubt the corner looks a lot different now than it did then. But anyway, Dr. G, you had asked me if I believed in aliens or not, and you never said what you thought.
I think that given the expanse of the universe, it is improbable that we are the only speck of dust that has some form of life on it, particularly given that just a little bit of distance away from us, there are already little rocks, planets and so forth, with a beginning to find some indications that there may have been water or there may have been at least microscopic organisms. And then what does the probability become? However, I don't think that if there is life out there, and there probably is based on statistics and math, I don't think it would be anything like life the way we think of it here. I think there, as Carl Sagan always used to point out, like when he saw Star Wars, he pointed out how ridiculous it was that all the creatures looked humanoid with 2 arms and 2 legs and symmetrical faces, and things like that. And the humans were subjugating all the other species, like the Wookiees and things. He thought that was sort of silly, right? Well, it probably would be. The life that would be out there would probably be nothing like life here. It might be microscopic. It might be very primitive. But chances are there's something out there. Do I think that they get into vehicles and visit people named Bubba, in the deep south? Probably not. Do I think that, I mean, Bob, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that happens. No. Do I think people are being beamed up or probed by? No. There is a very interesting book called Abducted, which looks at all of the research on this. And I think it was written by a psychologist. And one of the things I found very, very interesting are two things. One was that when they did psychological studies of people who believed that they were abducted by aliens, they found that they tended to be people with very specific personality structures, like a mixture of schizotypal and borderline traits. And many of them were trauma victims. And so the theory was that maybe they were transforming negative memories of being probed with, sexually or things like that, transforming them into narratives in which they were chosen by space as the prime specimen of humanity to be studied, that things were being inserted into them that were devices and probes instead of being sexually prodded or things like that. So there was this idea that some of them might have been people who were reimagining, re-empowering themselves, so forth, because of abuse history. The other thing that was very interesting in that book is that the author points out that there is no case that she could find on record of a non-white person claiming in the literature that they had been abducted by aliens. And so she raises the question, does it take a certain privilege or entitlement to think that space would choose you?
Who said that?
The specimen of humanity, the author of the book Abducted.
Yeah, but there actually was a couple.
Not at the time she wrote that book.
When did she write it?
I don't remember.
It happened in the 60s.
Well, she exhaustively examined the scientific literature and concluded it was basically a white phenomenon. But the point she was trying to make, she doesn't suck. The point she was trying to make is that people who report those stories, some of them may be well-meaning people who have vague traumatic memories that are being reinvented. Some of them may be people who are deeply disturbed. Some of them may be charlatans. But the idea is whenever you're dealing with people who make things up or have delusional ideas or whatever, reinvent things, you always want to think about what the cultural influence is of the time. For example, psychotic delusions in medieval times would have probably been a lot more religious. And the psychotic delusions in 2026 are going to be a lot more about technology. A schizophrenic is going to tell you that they have a device placed inside their body more commonly than they would have a long time ago, right? So in other words, it's going to because those things didn't exist. So the point is, you always want to think about the interplay between the time and the technology and the way that people experience odd beliefs. And but so that's what that book is about. It's an interesting thing.
But Dr. Gary,
those theories, I'm not here to argue about that. I'm not what she says. Yeah.
When did she write this before 1961?
No, she's not talking about nut jobs that tell stories in the pop literature. She's talking about the scientific literature.
Right, but the very first, the most widely reported abduction was from 1961. It was Betty and Barney Hill.
I am aware of it, but I'm talking about that she was talking about scientific journals where professionals reported cases of patients saying that they had been abducted by aliens, not the pop literature where you get some tatty paperback in the supermarket. She's talking about, this is not Men in Black, where you read the National Enquirer for your info.
How dare you talk about
scientific study. Right. But it's an interesting point. But anyway, I recommend you read that book, Janet. And also, I really appreciated the note that you sent, but that was all in good fun. I hope that you don't have any negative feelings about that or felt that you were bothering anybody.
She does. Bob, did you know that Dr. Gary told Janet to jump out of an airplane once?
That's not what happened.
Yes, he did.
She reenacted the Guthrie arrival, the Annie and Tommaso's arrival. No, Nancy Guthrie's arrival by getting some place where she actually got out of a vehicle and limped, like something out of 12 Angry Men. She impersonated Nancy Guthrie.
But she
And I
walks
told her
between
she should impersonate other unsolved crimes. And I threw the name DB Cooper out there and forgot that would mean she would have to jump out of an airplane.
Yeah, this guy with 175 IQ says, I forgot about that part.
I honestly
How do you forget about him jumping out of the plane? That's the whole story. You have to take the plane, then jump out of it with a parachute. And then she goes on to tell us, this is the worst part. Her best friend died in a skydiving accident. Thanks a lot.
Janet likes to.
Good God,
people
dude.
that like you break something that belongs to her, and then she's like, "Don't worry about it. It's okay." And then she grinds the pieces in your hand just to drive it home that you broke it. She's a character. I like Janet a lot. So Janet, thank you for the note, but I hope you understood that you weren't bothering any of us. So remember, you apologized in your note and everything, and not at all. And I hope you know that it was only in good fun that we were
How
teasing.
come I didn't get a note, Janet? You bothered me.
She's not sorry to you.
Yes, I was.
You're writing him one too?
I was horribly offended.
No, I told Dr. G that I didn't have your email address and asked him to pass the apology on to you.
Well, guess what? He did. He didn't pass it along to me. An apology not accepted. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't even think. Are you talking about the last time you called in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the book.
I thought it was. I didn't think there was anything. Honestly, I didn't think there was anything.
Janet, I think it was like you thought that you were, because you couldn't hear and you thought you were interrupting and being, because that happens to us sometimes. People will talk over each other because we don't hear the other person because of the
sometimes there's a little delay.
Right. And the other thing is that I hope you know that people were only teasing you about the nature of your store.
And we always honestly love when you call in on it. Honestly.
I get a kick out of Jen.
Well,
but she's a character.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the rain to let up here because your book is in my mailbox waiting for me.
Really? My book or
yeah, your book. I ordered it.
Yeah, my llama book's in her. Yeah, Gary.
Hey, Josh, I've been working up a routine for the release of your llama book.
It's coming out Christmas. You get excited.
But anyway, Dr. G, if you could get back to me about how I can arrange to get your signature in my book, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, get back to her the same way that you passed on the apology. All right, Janet, thank you so much.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
All right, we got one more here. Let's go. Jennifer, where are you calling from, Jennifer?
Hi, I'm calling from the Ozarks.
Wow, I love that show.
Yeah. Well, I don't see that kind of activity here, but it is beautiful.
I imagine it's probably a little played up, but it does look like a really beautiful place.
It's awesome. We moved here from Texas about a year ago and we love it. But I also lived in Montana and Colorado, and I was born in the Hawaiian Islands and not military. But my family's actually, I'm actually part Hawaiian, but we just went out for my grandfather's 101st birthday. So
wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. And he was hilarious. He was telling my kids about how he was a rum runner back in the day. He was like, I don't understand. He was like, I don't understand why anybody would like Texas. And I was like, why? And he goes, I hated Texas. And I said, when were you in Texas? And he goes, when I was in military camp. And he said it was either one way or another, it was trying to kill him. He said it was either the goddamn heat or the goddamn snakes.
He was
or
there
the
when it was
goddamn,
founded,
yeah,
apparently.
or the goddamn tornadoes. The only thing good about it was the alcohol. And I said, what do you mean the alcohol? He goes, well, he said, my girlfriend was in Oklahoma and he said that her parents liked booze, but it was illegal. So he used to get all the booze he could in Texas and rum run it and sell it to her parents and her parents' friends and then take her out to a nice steak dinner.
I love that. That's awesome.
So anyway, well, the reason I'm calling is I have been researching this whole pacemaker thing because I guess I've called him before, so you may remember this, but anyway, I was laid up in bed for 6 weeks after surgery, and it happened to be the exact same time that Nancy Guthrie went missing. So I was painstakingly watching every piece of evidence and station and whatever, and went through all the stuff. And I called in, I had never watched YouTube before. And my sister's like, oh, you should watch some of the live streamers. So I ended up watching one of the live streamers, and I ended up calling into his show, which was the first time I ever called into a show. And I said, because he was asking what the theories were, and I said, well, I'm having a hard time believing that what we're seeing on the video is real. And he said, what are you talking about? And I said, I think it's fake. I think this looks like somebody that's trying to make it look like it's a Venezuelan gang member or something. And it just feels insincere. I also noted that I thought that the guy, I guess Jennifer Coffinduffer at one point said that she could see in the video that he was reaching for the doorknob. And I said, I don't think he's reaching for the doorknob. I think he's reaching for the bottom of the camera. And he can't pull it off because his fingers are so freaking fat from 2 layers of gloves. Because to me, it looked like he was wearing like thick winter gloves with the rubber gloves over it, and couldn't get his leverage from behind the camera from the top and the bottom to pull it off. And I thought that the foliage that he was grabbing, because you can see him also bended in kind of an arch, was to put behind the camera and dislodge it that way. That was my theory. I don't think it was necessarily to cover up the viewfinder. I think it was literally as leverage. But then when he thought I was ridiculous, he actually almost yelled at me and said, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Everybody thinks it's a robbery gone wrong. And again, this is, immediately after the video came out.
That's what I thought.
And and I said, I don't know, something just smells to me here. It looks like he wasn't afraid of the camera. In fact, it looked like he knew where the step was on the porch, because he immediately turned the bike light on and looked down at the ground and then stepped up on the step like he knew it was coming. It felt like he was very familiar with the porch. The only thing that's throwing me off, in the sense that, say she didn't come home, because I'm in the same camp as Bob, and I'm glad to hear somebody else say it, and you too, Dr. Gary. I'm like, I'm getting some, I guess, people in my court, and I guess we'll find out when it all happens. At this point, it's speculation, but I honestly had questions on whether she ever came home in the first place. And the only thing that threw me off was the pacemaker information. And then, of course, the blood. So I started researching the pacemaker information, and I found out that pacemakers do not, they continuously record in themselves. So yes, your devices, your smart devices or whatever, connect to it. But my understanding is, and I have found this in multiple places, that the pacemaker remains quiet and asleep, and it schedules a daily connection. And usually the daily connection is between midnight and 4 a.m. So the schedule is done on your smart devices. So your smart device would then wake up with its alarm to connect, and then try to connect, and therefore it can't. So this disconnect is an error code that shows up on your phone or on your watch. And the only thing that continuously records would be the smartwatch, because of course the skin connection, and it's a minute by minute timeline of your heart rate, which my sister experienced because she had AFib, and she thought something was wrong and was sweating and losing her mind. And then her phone started flashing and saying, you're having AFib, you need to get to the emergency room. And somebody else we knew fell and had an extreme fall and broke her hip, and it sent out an alert to her entire family in the emergency contacts. Excuse me, I have like allergies and my throat's dry. And that alerted all the family members. So, because the smartwatch has those things if you wanted to. So the sudden spike was another thing that I kept hearing on Nancy Grace and other things, and I could not find it in any news report. So I finally found out that that was from CNN. It was a doctor by the name of Dr. Reiner who said his theory was that if she had a cardiac event, either be through a struggle or something else, then yes, technically the pacemaker itself would record that said spike. But my point is, she didn't have to be at home. Her phone, her smartwatch, everything could have been brought to that location. And then between midnight and 4 a.m., whatever time she had set the alarm to happen during the middle of the night, it would have tried to connect to her pacemaker, and then it wasn't there to connect. So it shows a disconnect code. So my question is, if that's what happened, let's just go with the theory that she didn't make it home and her smartphone tried to connect to her pacemaker, but the pacemaker was not there, and so it showed quote unquote disconnect, which apparently is literally what it says. It says on the device disconnect. It's an error code. Then how probably could the blood have gotten there? Uh, it sounds so Twilight Zone, like somebody, used a syringe and sucked up some blood or collected it somehow and splattered it on the front porch. That's the only thing that doesn't make sense for me. Everything else fits with the large possibility that she never made it home. But this part doesn't. So have you all seen any cases where somebody has staged blood at a scene where the victim was not at?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but these guys might.
Yeah, no, I don't have any cases where staging was like that. I've worked staging cases before, but nothing like this. And just to be clear, I think it's quite possible that Nancy never made it home, but that's just one possibility. I'm
Right.
not
I
saying that,
agree.
yeah, I'm not saying that that happened definitively or didn't happen, I guess. It's just, it's just another thing that we cannot take off the table because we simply don't have the information. I do believe the investigators on the task force know whether or not she was taken from the home or not. I do believe that they know.
Okay.
So
I
hopefully,
agree. I feel the same way. I feel like there's a lot of speculation onto it being a cold case, and I know that you all have been pretty vocal about it not being. Um, my brother-in-law is actually retired homicide from Kansas City, and I had a moment to talk with him at a family event recently, and it's been in the last few weeks. And ironically, he knew that she had been taken, but he didn't know anything about the case. So I was able to really kind of present some things to him, and he said that he said, "Look, I don't have all the information, and I strongly feel like, just from what you're telling me, that law enforcement has a heck of a lot more than they're sharing." And I said, "Well, we're hearing, inside source says cold case, they've got nothing, they're starting from scratch." And he kind of laughed, and he was like eating a piece of pizza and was dying laughing when I said that. And I go, "What's so funny?" He goes, "We used to do that all the time. We used to tell people that all the time, that we had nothing." And he
yeah,
goes, the problem is when you're building a case, and especially with it being high profile, he said, all your ducks have to be in a row, because the goal is to prosecute and make it stick. And the only way to make it stick is if you have a multitude of evidence to drive it home. Yeah, because my husband's chiming in. He said, yeah, because he said that the DA will not lose a case. Like, that's their goal, is like, sorry. And my sister-in-law, which is his wife, she was like, you have no idea how many cases he'd come home and be like, we've got it. And then he'd come back and say, nope, the DA said you're going to need more. So I agree. I think there's a couple ways that this could go. My only question was about the blood, because obviously they verified it's hers. But I also wondered, even though he was, dressed to the nines and covered, whether the material that he possibly used to stage said blood would have been possibly one of the mixed DNAs that we're talking about. Because I think that it would be very difficult to wipe any of your personal DNA from removing that from even a backpack or anything else. I would think that there would be DNA that could stick to said syringe. But now this is becoming more ridiculous fiction. That's the only thing that feels like that's so dumb. She had to have been there, but I can't explain the blood any other way.
Yeah, that's the biggest part for me. And I saw somebody in the chat say that it could have been from a separate incident, but I mean, what are the chances of that?
Well, I think the drying factor of the blood, I mean, don't you think that would tell how many hours it had been there? And
I'm sure that they probably have a pretty good idea of how fresh the blood was. And also, if it was from a different incident, why would it still be there if she was fine? Like, why would somebody just leave drops of blood? I mean, I've gotten a bloody nose in my house before and walked through the living room to get, to get a tissue, and I drop blood like that on the ground. And, you go back and you clean it up. But yeah, I think, are you familiar with the David case in Southern California with the Celeste Rivas?
unfortunately, I'm not. I've heard the names, but I'm not familiar with the case.
It was I believe she was 13. She had just turned 14, and she went missing.
Oh, you're talking about the D4VD
Yeah,
or whatever. Yes. I
yeah.
am familiar. Yes.
Okay, so and have you paid attention to that case?
Yes.
Okay, so
not as intensely as this one, but
yeah. So that case, when they found Celeste, they found her in the trunk, which is the front part of the Tesla of his car, parked outside of his house. So, or just down the road, excuse me, down the road from his house. And, when you have something like that happen, you go, well, he was supposedly dating her, but she was an underage girl. So it's not really dating. He was grooming, basically. The whole thing's very disturbing. But people were up in arms. Why is this guy not in prison? Why is he not in jail? Why is he not indicted? And it took him like 8 or 9 months. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the guy gets arrested on a Thursday. They had it timed out so they could keep him for a certain amount of time, and then they weren't going to charge him until Monday. And Bob, I'm sure you know a bit about this, but they arrested him on suspicion of murder, not murder. So they had a certain amount of days that they could keep him while they were, finalizing the paperwork over the weekend. And then that Monday, the probable cause affidavit hit, and they had a mountain of evidence. And we're talking 40 terabytes of digital evidence that they've been sifting through for 8 or 9 months. I mean, they have so much evidence that it's going to take a long time for this thing to go to trial, because everybody the defense has to get all the pertinent information that the prosecution has, they had. And I just remember the chief of police standing up there and defending when everybody was saying, why is this, why is this, he says the public doesn't have the right to know. We don't try these cases in the public eye. We're not working for the public. We're working for the victims. And the amount of evidence that they have is staggering. I mean, this guy's in big trouble, from buying you come to find out
the body bag on Amazon.
He bought body bags. He bought chainsaws. There was a kiddie pool where he was allegedly cutting up her body, and they had linear chainsaw marks in the garage. There was a smell that. So he was a live streamer as well. There was a smell that his friends could smell on live stream, and he was blaming the bathroom for the smell when it was her dead body. And so there was just so much evidence that they had been collecting. And Bob, and tell me if this happens a lot, they had kept an eye on him every day for 8 months. They knew every place because they knew they were going to arrest him. They just didn't know when. So
they didn't want him to flee. Yeah.
They kept an eye on him every single day. They knew his location. They were pinging his phone. They had all kinds of surveillance on him. And yeah, he was a flight risk because, he has money and things like that. So
yeah, they probably had a tracker on him. They may not have been surveilling him 24/7, but they had a tracker on him. Like you said, they were watching, getting his phone location. And so it was pretty easy for him to do that.
Yeah. And so, that's sort of
And
my
that's
hope.
9 months, and that's a lot of information. I guess in my mind, I keep thinking if the DNA comes back, it's not somebody that was supposed to be in her home.
Well, we're 4
Then,
months, right? 4 months now.
well, I'm just saying for, in comparison to your other,
Yes,
case,
right.
For me, it just seems like, wouldn't that be enough? I think to the public. And then when I was listening to my brother-in-law talk, he was like, no, it's got to be like, several stacks and layers of proof, especially if it's somebody that has means, to have a good attorney that could pick apart anything, I guess. It was just very interesting to me, just looking at this from a couple different angles on what the possibilities could be. I had one more question I was gonna ask that it was in relation to it. Shoot. I don't remember now. Darn it. But yeah, as far as the pacemaker goes, that was in the blood. That was the only thing that was interesting to me. I just felt like, oh, that was it. So on the interview room, when all of you were talking, he was talking about the porch guy being off to the left. And if you're facing the home. And I did notice in the January 11th still photo that they released, that's where he was standing. He was actually, standing off to the left. But the other thing that I thought was interesting about the DA's visit was, did you all notice in the video where they were doing the aerial that they were in the backyard about ready to leave the pool yard area? And before they got to the gate, the FBI guy, or I'm assuming it was FBI that was there, with the baseball cap, he was pointing down at the ground, or looked down at the ground on the sidewalk right before the gate. And the prosecutors then looked at it as well. And they sat there all looking at something. And then as they opened the gate, everybody walked around it and walked out. So I wondered what the heck was on the concrete on that sidewalk. Did anybody else notice that?
Yeah, actually, we talked about it on the interview room on a show. I don't know, it's been a couple months ago. And
okay, shoot, I missed it.
Yeah, Chris and Karen did a pretty good job of, and we analyzed the photos coming off the porch, and the back porch, that is, and some of that, and then speculating what the investigators were looking at, on that
back gate area. Okay.
Yes.
What do you think it was? What did you all conclude potentially?
Boy, it could be, who knows, Jennifer. I don't really want to speculate. So obviously there was something there, and
I just wondered if it was blood, then that would make us all very confused. If it was even more blood back there as well.
That's not the broken sprinkler that everybody was talking about, right?
No, the broken sprinkler was actually on the front, where the guy was standing, where, where Chris was talking about the blood trailing to, if you're facing the front of the house to the left, the broken sprinkler was near one of those windows, and it was kind of.
care about a broken sprinkler.
No, I think people were speculating that maybe the perp,
It ran
broke the
down.
head on it. And when the sprinklers came up the following morning, it was broken.
Maybe,
But,
yeah.
but no, this is at the back. This is in the pool gated area as they were leaving the pool area, going to her grass area between the casita and the main house. And right before that gate, they were all looking at the sidewalk at something there and then made the decision to not step on that spot. So
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, you're
it
right.
just was a little interesting. And I thought, gosh, if that was blood, then that gets even more confusing. But anyway,
Yeah.
well, I appreciate your time and I
Thank you,
appreciate
Jennifer.
your letting me share about the pacemaker and giving me some good insights on the other stuff.
Well,
So
we appreciate it. Thank you
Great.
very much for
thanks
calling.
everybody. Oh, and Dr. Gary, I love your piano playing. We have my boys played reluctantly and when I made them when they were growing up. They're in their 20s now,
You know,
mid-20s.
Gary reluctantly plays the accordion as well.
Well, I ended up getting a piano, a baby grand that plays. It has a player on it,
Oh,
so
wow.
that I could have somebody that nicely plays. But it was very nice to hear yours. So,
wow,
very cool.
And
I had
anyway,
somebody write to me and ask me. This actually happened. Somebody wrote to me and asked me how many hundreds of dollars they'd have to pay me to travel to their home in the Midwest to play at an event. And
that's kind of awesome.
Can you imagine? I mean,
are you going to wear a Lederhosen?
Well, you know what? We actually have a friend of ours. Her name is what did you say? What did I miss?
I said he's gonna. Does he have to wear a Lederhosen?
Oh,
Can you
it's a
imagine?
Lederhosen. Yeah.
Lederhosen.
Yeah. Well, we have a friend. Her name is Lynn Cadena, and she's from Texas, and she plays piano and sings in McKinney sometimes. And she has had people fly her to Montana and all over the country to play the piano at their events. So, hey, maybe you've got a side gig you didn't know about.
Maybe the next Crime Con, they'll have me in one of those Disney World outfits, striped shirt, the boater hat, and the bow tie, and I'll be
I would have to have the full tails, though,
guitar.
Dr. Gary. Yeah.
I think they should at Crime Con. They should do a fake murder where where people have to solve it.
Oh yeah, like
a
Clue.
piano player
Yeah.
or something. And then they'll go around, plant fake clues. It'd be kind of fun.
That's hilarious.
But anyway, but I appreciate that very much. Thank you for listening. And if you were one of the people who sent a coffee tip or something, I really do use those every day when I have my coffee. It comes out of that little pot.
Yeah, from your disgusting Starbucks.
I think you're getting a lot of tips from the ladies. I don't even know if you and Bob see some of these things. It's like, are you single?
I don't
You're
read
so handsome.
Oh, thank you. Josh gets that too,
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, Josh. I have watched your late night lab, and there are some women that are not in there for your commentary.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I've
They're
seen
there for my
It's
commentary.
late night eye candy.
No, they're there because they like the show.
Josh, the other night I was up super late doing a project and I saw you were live and I was watching it and there's some girl in there asking you constantly if you were single and you totally put it up on the screen and didn't answer.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Well, when they come out with the hunks of true crime calendar,
My husband
be
is
laying there with
dying.
his arms behind his head, on a couch or something. What do you
Hey,
think, Josh?
wait a minute.
As long as it's in January.
You need to do the hunks
think
of
of some-
true crime calendar.
That's
what
what
you
I'm
need.
saying. The hunks of true crime calendar. Josh can think of a few people that he wants to see in that calendar, I'm sure.
And Gary can be shirtless playing the piano. We could
This
come up
fantasy
with some.
life that you've developed is deeply disturbing. The idea that you're sitting around fantasizing about that has me a little horrified.
No, I did
here.
not. I'm a creative. I'm like, ooh,
It's pretty specific.
Oh, I promise you, my husband's sitting right here. No fantasies of other men playing piano with their shirt off. But anyway,
Yeah,
no.
right.
My husband, or my oldest son, is a firefighter in Arlington, Texas, and he said that they are constantly getting asked if they'll do calendars, and he was like, "Disgusting! This is so gross. No, we're not doing that." He goes, And of course, it's never girls in their 20s. It's usually, ladies in their 70s. They're like,
Everybody's got a calendar. What did you do? Use AI to make me playing the accordion? I would never play that accordion.
That's
Too
hilarious.
small. That's like a kid's accordion.
You look nice.
That's actually pretty good AI, I have to tell you.
Not bad. And you're wearing the lederhosen.
I can't.
Oh my gosh.
I like those glasses.
Now the only thing missing is a little monkey with a
little monkey. Yeah,
I can add that. Yeah,
An organ grinder.
Yeah,
gotta
organ
get that
grinder,
off
that's what I
the
was thinking.
screen. Somebody's gonna turn that into some. Get rid of that.
Okay, hold on.
I look
Sorry.
like Rick
Wait, do you yodel?
Yes, he does.
Oh,
That's what's missing. The yodel.
He yodels.
I like eating.
I want to hear a yodel with a New York accent, Gary. Come on.
But seriously, everybody's got a calendar. They'll make one of those. They'll definitely make it.
That's funny. Well,
yeah.
thank you guys so much. Thanks for the late night laugh, and I appreciate all of you. And I think that this case has made everybody turn into cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, because it just literally does not make any sense. And not that any crime makes logical sense. I always say you're trying to make, logic out of, you're trying to rationalize something that's not rational. So in general, this is not rational. However, I do feel like there are patterns of rationality with most crimes, that you can see a pattern, like this would have happened, then this would have happened. And this is just bizarre. I just, and I'm not, a major crime junkie. There's been a few cases that have baffled me. And ironically, one of them has been the John Bonet one. I never understood it. The Lacey Peterson one freaked me out because I was actually pregnant at the same time she was. And and I had a little boy right before her case. So I was literally home with a newborn when she went missing. And my youngest son, he's 23 now, but almost 24. But I couldn't believe it. But, again, you saw the whole family out there, including Scott with a pin on his chest with her face on it. And everybody's looking and looking. And
by the way, at CrimeCon, that lawyer was like, he's going to get a new trial. There's evidence of that van. Oh God. I don't think I couldn't have stomached like listening to that crap.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Did you hear about that, Gary?
Tell me the details.
What's that guy that the Mark guy something? I always forget his name. He loses every case that he's ever been on. He represents like high profile cases, but loses all of them.
Oh, Garagos?
Yeah, he loses everything. And he was the Menendez brothers too, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he lost that. Didn't he lose the OJ?
Wasn't that like Halupion or something? What's his name? Halupion?
No.
The heck is his name? I can't remember it.
What are you talking about?
What's the guy's name? Who are you talking about?
We're talking about Mark Garagos.
Mark, that's
yeah. And the Scott Peterson, he lost. I think the Weinstein case, he lost. Rich people hire him to lose cases. It's pretty unbelievable. I don't know what it is, but
he's a deal maker. That's what Garagos is.
He's a moron. I can't. This whole thing with the Scott Peterson. There's a burnt out van that has DNA, or what do you say? It has evidence in it. He's going to get a new trial. I can't stand him. But anyway, Jennifer, thank you so much for calling.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Have a good night, Jennifer.
Bob, before we go, and thank you guys so much. It's been a great show. And if you have not sub up to Dr. Gary's piano page and get a copy of The New Evil, we'll put both of those links in the comment or in the comments. But check this out. Did you know that I have a desire to be? I don't have the fortitude to do it, but I want to be a monk of some kind, like a part-time monk. Did you know this?
I did not.
Yeah.
If you want to be a monkey, you could sit on my shoulder while I play.
Just get him a little cup and one of those little.
There you go. There you are. I just pointed at the screen like everyone could see me do it. There you are with the little red fez on your head.
But I don't know. Tell me if this look. Do you think this is a good look for me?
Yeah, go with that.
Or maybe that.
Josh, let me see the previous one. You look like the serial killer that they throw out of the monastery. You know,
I look like Powder. Remember that movie, Powder? I look like a fat Powder
or something. That's pretty disturbing.
But this is this right here is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Josh. I look good there. Like that's a power stance with the loafers.
Mr. Clean meets Bruce Lee. Why the orange? Can I see that ridiculous outfit that you put on? Because you mean like a Buddhist monk, right? You don't mean like a Christian monk.
I don't know, just any kind of monk.
And why is there a bucket behind? So you're getting pissed off because you were washing the floors or something?
Well, I don't like, but that was
like a restaurant you're in. Is that supposed to be a temple?
Monks are celibate. Yeah, that's fine. I got no problem.
Looks like a bar or a nightclub.
Yeah, I'm cleaning up the
life in this monk living.
The monastery.
And what's going on with his body proportions? He's kind of strange.
You're talking about me, Mr. Lederhosen.
But there's something wrong. The AI has hallucinated. You look like Yoda. What's going on with your body in this picture?
I don't know. I think I look strapping. But what about there? You can't say anything about that. You wouldn't.
Well, the limbs come out first.
You talk crap to a guy.
They're like Yoda, and then the limbs are long. But it doesn't.
Would you talk crap to a guy that did this right in front of you? No, you sure wouldn't.
Makes me think of Napoleon Dynamite when Dietrich Bader is that teacher. Remember when he's like teaching them karate?
Yeah. Who wants to take a roundhouse kick to the face while I'm wearing these bad boys?
Forget about it. Well, by the way, are you going to go to the Sopranos exhibition at the museum here in New York?
I would.
Image.
I would love to. Sopranos is like my favorite show of all time.
I know they have a Soprano exhibition.
Have you been there?
To that museum a million times.
Yeah, I would love it. You ever seen that show, Bob?
Oh, Sopranos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's
sure.
it's such a
good
such a timeless show.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
I remember I met Lorraine Bracco at a convention.
Yeah, she was hot. She's hot.
She's a very, very nice person in real life. She really is very smart, very nice. And she was at this convention with all these washed up kind of people. And she told me at the time she was very upset about Ray Liotta dying because they were very close, that she was a good fellows with. And I said to her, "What are you doing here? You're an eminently gifted actress. Like, what the heck are you doing here?"
No question.
And she said that whoever the guy was, I don't know if it was her husband or his partner or whatever he was, but she turned to him and said, "That's what he keeps telling me." But like, she doesn't realize how gifted she is. She's great. I love her in Goodfellas. I think she's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good actress.
Really good actress. Terrific.
Yeah, very attractive woman.
Yeah, very attractive. Cannot searching for Nancy Guthrie hurt the prosecution? Well, I mean, you want to find a body. I mean, you do, but it just unfortunately, unfortunately, it's very hard to find people when they've been hidden. I mean, it just is. It's one of the hardest things, man.
Well, it makes it because they didn't really search for her, and if this continues to be a no-body case and a no-body murder case, it's going to make it more difficult for the prosecution to convince a jury that Nancy is deceased.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Bob, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us. It was a lot of fun, as always. By the way, if you guys haven't, make sure to check out the interview room where Bob contributes on there quite often, and he's great with John and Chris and Dr. Gary, for that matter. They're all fantastic on that show. But we thank you so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate you letting me crash the party tonight.
Always fun. Always a good time.
Thanks a lot. Good night, everybody.
All right, Dr. Gary, and there was two.
Well, people always love our after party here that we do.
Our little
names. We always have these fun little chats.
Our little CLC.
Anything on your mind tonight, Josh? Your dad. Isn't that coming? Your father is.
Yeah. So I talked to he still doesn't have a release date, and they're still reviewing. So nothing's final. I don't know. I'm not really sure yet. I think once it becomes final, I mean, I think I will feel a little bit more I'll feel more, it'll feel more real, I guess. So, but I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
Well, let's just say that you're entitled to feel whatever you want to feel about it. I think that some of the feelings may even seem irrational, but you have to understand that on levels that aren't clear yet, the notion of him being out in the world will affect you. I don't see how it couldn't. I knew a person, without getting into detail, I knew a person very well who had in childhood been assaulted by somebody, family member. And that family member was imprisoned for a very long time. And they were fine. They worked, they functioned, they related normally, whatever. They let this person who had savagely taken her innocence from her out on parole. And when she found out that he was out on parole and she could theoretically bump into him out in the world, even though she wasn't going to, her entire psychology changed.
Sure.
Because there was no longer a sense that everything that was associated with him was in a cage. And so all the dissociated stuff started to come out. Putting the person in a cage is a way of compartmentalizing. Now, person's out in the world, whatever. And then everything came up for her, everything. And it destroyed a lot of aspects of that person. And, and so you want to understand. Now, in your case, maybe you're in a different place than that person is.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen with me. I worry about some of my family members.
You mean having that thing of it's no longer in the box?
For sure.
Okay, that's a real phenomenon.
I do worry about that. I myself, I got to tell you, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. But the thing is, like, I've really worked hard on myself within the last year or so, and not just physically but mentally as well. And I think that I'm in a really good place mentally. Physically, I feel like I'm in a good place as well. But I think that I can be there for everybody and sort of land this plane, in a way for my family that will hopefully ease their minds, and hopefully we can sort of let some of this go. That's my hope. That's what I hope to do. So I don't know. I think that personally, I think I'll be fine. But I do have some family members that I do worry about for sure.
Right. Yeah. Well, the thing is that what I'm curious about is if he's going to make some attempt to try to reconcile or redeem himself or something.
He's not allowed to.
You mean he's not allowed to talk to you?
No, it would be a violation of his parole.
I see.
Yeah.
And what do boundaries mean to him?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the boundaries mean to him. Look, he's never really he's never bothered me while he was in jail, meaning trying to talk on the phone or anything, or sending letters or anything like that. Anything that's ever been sent from him has always gone indirectly to somebody else. That's always, do you want it or don't you want it? And which is fine. But I don't know. It'll be a whole new ball game, to be honest with you, because but it's not really what boundaries mean to him. It's that, you know, we should be protected by the law, and hopefully we are. And if you know, if we're not, then you know,
all I'm trying to say is that
I'll do the protecting. You know,
all I'm trying to tell you is that there is no way to, no matter how rational and objective and whatever that you are, you don't know how you're going to feel until it happens. So just know that if you have any strong reactions to it, there are people around you who care about you. This whole audience is here to process things. You know, you could always call me or call Chris, people care about you. But I think there's no way to know until it happens. But it is coming around the pike, and I've been thinking about it.
it is. So it's been about 2 months since the parole hearing. They said it takes about 4 months, and but then it goes to like I said, it still hasn't even gone up for. They're still reviewing. He doesn't have a release date, you know. So I don't know what's going on there. And then it's got to go to the governor. And I have a letter, petition to the governor, and hopefully he'll speak with our family, which is what I've been told that he will. So I'm not completely convinced that he's going to get out, but I am prepared for it. You know, certainly am. Yeah, my sister kind of has the same attitude as you do with me. You know, she's like, I think she's bothered that I don't feel that bothered. But the thing is that I do feel bothered about others, if that makes sense.
Of course.
So I'm not worried about myself. I worry about other people in my family. That's the issue. That's my problem. That's my concern. I'm not concerned for myself at all. I'm not concerned of how I'll react. I'm not concerned that I'm going to be scared, but I am concerned about my family. So is there concern? Absolutely.
If I had to make a prediction, Josh, is your mother cremated or buried?
She's buried.
I would make a prediction that even though you might not know it, if he knew where she was buried, he would go.
Well, he's not allowed. She's not allowed to do that.
I know, but if he knew and could, he would.
OJ did that, tried to do that too. Remember?
I think he would, because remember that he was obsessed with her.
Yes.
And the idea is that now he always knows where she is. And the whole time he's been there, she's been here.
Right.
Now she's there. And I think that ultimately he would want to go there.
Yeah, well, if he gets caught doing anything like that, he'd be in a lot of trouble. But yeah, you're probably right. I don't see why he wouldn't. Sometimes people like that, when they're given rules, they obviously don't do good with rules because they break all the rules in society anyway. And somebody asked how old he was. I believe he's 64 now, 63. 63.
He would want to go, I think, because the whole point of that kind of murder is to render somebody yours forever, predictable forever. They can't ever leave you. They're yours for eternity, whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
At least he thought so, I'm sure. And the idea is that now there's this kind of symbolic place where she is. How could you imagine somebody like that not wanting to make a beeline right to where she is to sit with her? And and I think that's what he would do. I really do. It's a disturbing thing to think about. I'm curious how you'd feel about it.
I would not be happy about it at all. I mean, if I knew about it, I'd turn him in.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I would say, of course, I would turn him in a heartbeat.
In other words, you wouldn't see it as him seeking redemption, seeking her forgiveness.
Hell no. No.
He doesn't strike you as the type that regrets it? Destroying the very person that he loved.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know if he does. I don't know if he does or not. I've never really thought about it that much because I don't really care if he feels bad or not.
Well, that's the $1 million question.
But
There's a
it
difference between a person.
it doesn't actually matter. But it
No,
doesn't.
when it's a crime passion. That's very different.
Yeah,
But
but not to me. Because the result's the same, you know.
Right. You don't care about the why.
The why to me it makes no difference. What was done was done. What was it was wrong. So it makes no difference if he wants redemption, if he wants forgiveness. I'm sure he wants forgiveness. I mean, I'm sure he does. But I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested. I mean, it took him 37 years to admit out loud that it was premeditated. And, I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at is after all those years on the jug, he might have fantasized about what he would say to you, to your sister, to your mom, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting thing to think about.
Well, I've talked to him before.
Yeah. Okay. And what has he said?
I mean, he's apologized and said, I'm sorry and things like that. But all of it to me was just hollow because what I wanted from him at the time. And so basically what happened was that my grandmother, his mother, passed away, and I got stuck with whatever crap that he had before he went to prison in this world. It wasn't much. It was just it was like a briefcase with some paperwork and stuff like that, some letters, like a prom photo or something. There was, just some. So I contacted him and said, "What do you want me to do with this?" And he said, "Do whatever you want." So guess what I did with it? I threw it in a dumpster because I didn't care. I didn't want it. It's not, I was going to give it. I was like, can you have it or whatever? I'm not going to keep it for you. What do you want? I'll send it to you if you're allowed to have it. He said he's not allowed to have it. So then he said, do what you want with it. I said, okay, I'll throw it away. So I threw it away. And so we had a couple conversations, and I kept asking him if it was premeditated, and he would always say, "No, I didn't go over there with the intent to do it." But I knew that he was lying about it because either lying about it or he was sort of had a revisionist, a history. He was revising his own history somehow in his head because there were police reports saying that he had been threatening to do that. So when that happened, I knew the answer, but I couldn't get him to just admit it. And I just wanted some honesty, and who knows where it would have gone from there. But I never got that from him. So I said, I don't want to talk to you if you can't be honest about it. And he was like, I am being honest about it. But then at his parole hearing, he's like, yeah, it was premeditated and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm saying is that, like, I didn't get, I think he said what he said so he could try to get out.
Right.
That was it.
That.
Yeah. So I get,
I'm saying right as in that's your sense of thing. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. But.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I gave it like a little bit of more than my sister ever did, which is her right. And I completely respect her feelings towards that. And, she was, like I said, she was older than me. So she remembers a lot more than I do. And she went through a lot more than I did. So, but yeah, so anyway, but I don't know. I'm just really like, I don't know. I feel fine. I really do. I haven't given up or anything, but I do feel fine. I feel good about it.
That's good.
You know,
I think that the right approach is to see it as that even if he's out of prison, that he's in a kind of hell.
Yes.
You know, the everything that he loved got destroyed. You know what I mean? Or that he wanted is gone. You know, and you know, don't have any fantasies that he's going to come out and be doing somersaults or something. You know, it's going to be, and it'll also be extremely hard to adjust to life. I mean, don't forget when he went to prison. Do you know what year it was?
88.
Right. Imagine you've been inside a gray cell since 1988. I mean, I could do without, you know, Milli Vanilli and Kid and Play and a couple of things, you know, that I wouldn't have seen. But I'm saying that imagine missing everything from 1988 to now.
And I mean, yeah, I think about that.
It's
Yeah,
like that scene in Shawshank Redemption when
yeah, the guy
gets out. He's like, the world went and got itself in a damn hurry.
True. Yeah.
I saw an automobile once as a kid. Now they're all over the place. Remember that whole part? Well, it's like kind of like that, and you get institutionalized, and you don't know how to deal with life outside. In fact, I have to tell you, by the way, that is the saddest sequence I have ever seen.
I know.
And he got a Oscar for those few minutes.
It was great.
Remember?
And
Brooks
true.
was here. Oh my God, I can't.
There are a lot of people that end up just like going right back because they can't handle the world. I have no preconceived notion that he's going to get out and flourish. How can you? It's not set up.
Somebody asked why Kid and Play caught a stray.
And to answer your question, Barb, yes, they were separated. She was leaving him. Matter of fact, just to tell you guys, we had plane tickets to move to Seattle in just a couple of days before her getting killed. We were moving our lives away to Seattle. We were leaving. He wasn't supposed to know about it, and he caught wind of it, and then you know, that plan all fell apart, obviously, because of what happened. So, but yeah, I mean, no, I don't know. I'll let you know how I feel as a.
I don't think you're gonna know until it happens. That's what I'm trying
I guess
to say.
I'll let you know until.
There's no way. It's like if I said, you know, you said to the average person, "How are you gonna feel if you lose your parent?" You know, that kind of thing, and you sort of get it, but you don't know until it happens. It's not possible.
Yeah, for
to
sure.
predict what the emotions are going to be. You just can't. And you know, so I you know, we'll be here for you.
Yeah, but you know what though, Dr. Gary, I've been through a lot in my life, so I can handle it.
Yeah, I know.
A lot. I can handle it.
Of course you can handle it.
I'm just worried. The only thing I'm worried about, like I said, is my family, but I can handle that too. I've put myself in a position. I've been putting in the work, you know, mentally, physically for quite some time now, and I knew that this at some point could be a reality, and I've always sort of been ready for it. When I say not always, within the last, since the last hearing, since about 2022 or 23, I had a sense that it was sort of heading this way because the parole hearings were getting more frequent, and they were kind of loosening the laws and things like that. So I sort of had a head start on kind of preparing for
Well,
that.
let me ask you something. You've seen The Shawshank Redemption, right?
Oh yeah,
one of my favorites.
Great.
Well,
movie.
there's really some wonderful metaphors in that movie, and one of the things you want to understand is that the character of Brooks, who takes his life, and you notice I don't use the phrase commit suicide because to get back to, I think Christine was her name's point. I think it was Christine. You know, we don't think about that in, you know, the way they used to, the moralistic terms of saying commits suicide, you know.
Yeah.
But so that Brooks is set up as a kind of yin yang with Red, Morgan Freeman. And the idea being that they're both in the same hotel room and working in the same store and so forth after they leave. But one takes his life and one goes to Mexico or whatever and finds this joy and peace and so forth. And the idea, the construct of the redemption in the movie is the whole idea that prison is like a state of mind. That you could be in the prison and have two completely different attitudes. Like I always quote that line from Robert Louis Stevenson. Two men looked out through prison bars. One saw mud, the other stars. Well, the idea is the characters have different ways of understanding captivity, being held. And if your spirit is not bridled, you can't be put in a cage.
Right.
Well, what I'm getting at is that your father, doesn't matter if he's in a cage or not, he's already stuck and trapped. And that doesn't mean you have to be. Your spirit can't be bridled by what he did. You have to, it's like the point of that movie is, remember the line, you got to get busy living or you get busy dying. Well, what does that mean? It means life is for the living, not dwelling on things that, as horrible as they are, can suck you into the darkness of the past forever. Your mother wouldn't want that. She'd want you to plow on and look forward and live and have life. And, and that's the thing. That's not to suggest that there's something wrong with dwelling on it. You have to till you keep her alive. But what I'm getting at is that in her honor, you go out and you live. You don't let that man stick you in a cage. He's in a cage.
That's no doubt. Well, that's sort of the thing too, is that I've also been, I've also, when it comes to this, I've, when it's all over and whatever happens, like I'll do whatever I can to keep fighting, and, that'll just, anything that I can do, I'll do it. But at some point, it's not going to be in my hands anymore. There will be nothing more to fight.
Right.
All things eventually go away.
That's right.
The thing,
and then they wind up in a higher court.
Correct. And the thing about that is, I've spent a lot the first half of my life dealing with this from a psychological standpoint.
I know.
Fretting about it, being a young kid, being scared about it, growing up, realizing that I don't have to be scared, growing up and realizing how important my family is, my children, and how I can accomplish more. Like I said, I sat with his mother, which is my grandmother, when she took her last dying breath, because my dad was such a screw up that he couldn't be there for her when she was dying. But I could, and I did it. And I'm proud of that. And I didn't do it for him. I did it because she deserved that. And so I'm proud of the things that I've accomplished. And they're not, they're not these like great, phenomenal accomplishments by the world standard. But to me, it's surpassed anything that I ever thought that I could be or do, or taking care of, my family. That's where I get the greatest sense of pride, is taking, like, with my children who are grown, but they still need me. I still am very involved in their life. My grandmother, who raised me when I was helpless, my sister, who took care of me when I was younger and couldn't do anything for myself. My grandfather, who did the same thing, and I watched him till his dying breath. And I've been able to do all those things. And, I watched my son get married, and hopefully, soon him and his wife want to have a child, which will make me a grandfather, which is insane. My other son, who, has has a girlfriend that he would love to marry at some point. You know, he's 21, but you know he's taking his time. So I've done all these things, and I've really surpassed anything that anybody could expect from me, because most people, you know, when something like that happens to you as a kid, they don't really expect you to overcome things. They don't really expect you to thrive. They don't. And I think that I'm thriving. I think that I'm
Right.
a decent member of society. I think that I'm doing the right things. And so I've already won, you know. I've
That's
already
right.
won.
If you look at my piano page today, I wrote a piece about that. I was out in the garden working, and I had one of these, I don't know what you call it, a grail moment, you know, from the Jungian, but one of these moments where you suddenly become completely aware of the interconnectedness and kind of permanence of life.
Yeah.
Your hands are in the soil, you know, and you suddenly real. And what made me think of it was that there was a rose bush that I had taken from the backyard of a neighbor who passed away. They were going to tear the house down. The rose bushes were decades old. I said, I got to save this. It's too symbolic. So I took one of the rose bushes, I put it out in the yard, and every year, if you've ever raised, you know, tea rose, you know, if you ever raised roses, you know, they're going to wilt, right? Gets too hot, too cold, whatever, they wilt, and they look like absolute crap. And you trim them, and you just leave the little stems with the thorns and the chopped off, you know, heads.
Yes.
And what happened is someone who I guess was working for the landlord or something came to clean the yard up, and they chopped the rest of it off and like sort of ripped up the roots a little bit. And I couldn't believe it, you know, that they just like did that. Well, what happened is I went out to the yard, and one little piece of the root that must have, you know, piece of it that must have been left had grown into a new stem, and new rose was starting to come out of it. And I started to understand symbolically the way that life, you know, simply can't be destroyed if it wishes to go on. And what I'm getting at is your father attempted to destroy your mother, but he didn't. She springs up like those little stalks through you and your sister and the grandkids and the great grandkids to come, and the whole thing, and the life just goes on. You understand? And that you have to look at the kids and realize that. You look at the grandkids and you realize that it goes on. It's not possible to destroy that life force. It's in the DNA.
Well,
it's past. You're half of her.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because you know, like every time we all, like my sister, her kids, my kids, all get in one area, I look and I say, this is her legacy. Like these are, you know, because of her. All of us are here. If it was up to him, we'd all be gone.
Right. But in other words, you can't, you mourn her in her not being here. But the truth is she's not gone. She's in you. And if you go around treating it as if she isn't, like she's gone forever, you miss the point that half of her is in you. Of you is her, that is to say. You know, why do you seek the living among the dead?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and you want to think about that. And I know it sounds hokey, but it's true.
I don't think it sounds hokey. I think that, you know, there are obviously, you know, those things do make you feel better, but there, you know, there's just a lot of things that not just me, but my sister, my family, we just missed out on. I just wish that
she didn't miss out on anything.
Yeah. She might not have. Well,
the wind blows where it will, and you know not whether it comes or goes. So it is with all those that are born of the Spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because it's not in a body and you don't know where it's going, or that doesn't mean it isn't there.
I agree with you. I do. And you know, it's, you know, I'm sure you sort of have the same kind of feelings, you know, because you lost your dad at such a young age too.
Yes.
You know, that's tough.
I see it that it's part of the great cycle of life, and it's coming from me too.
Yeah, but the thing is though, but you would still want to be able to physically have a conversation with them. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want to be able to tell him like what you've been doing? Like physically, you sit in a room, have a cup of coffee. Like those are the kind of things that you miss. That you miss out on.
Of course. But then I try to maintain my scope and my vision and understand that he's not gone. He's just moved, changed. And that I'm being afraid because I'm human and small and I don't understand. I lack vision. But I try to understand that it'll all make sense on the other side of the veil. I try to understand that I'm looking at the world through the scared eyes of someone who knows nothing, who knows so little. When I say that, and I'm sure that in some way that I don't understand right now, he hasn't been gone. You know, if you ever get a chance, go on YouTube and watch somebody made a cartoon where they, for the soundtrack, they use Kate Bush singing that incredibly beautiful song "Among Angels," which is very, very beautiful. It has lines like oh Lord, I can't remember it off the top of my head. You remember that Kate Bush song? Or you don't know it?
I don't think I know.
Let me see if it was something like they. I gotta see if I can remember the. It has a lyric like something like this. It's like I can see angels standing around you. They shimmer like mirrors in summer, but you don't know it. And they will carry you over the walls. If you need us, just call. Rest your weary world in their hands. Lay your broken laugh at their feet. I can see angels all around you. They shimmer like mirrors in summer. There's someone who's loved you forever, but you don't know it. You might feel it and just not show it. Well, that song is superimposed over this cartoon about this little girl. It's on YouTube. Find it easily. This little girl who travels every day with her father on a bike to this like seafront. And one day he goes out to the seafront and doesn't come back. And then she gets on her bike and every day until she's elderly goes and sits there waiting for him to come back. And finally what happens is she puts the bike down. She's an elderly lady, and symbolic of her own death, she goes out into the field that he must have wandered out into and limps, you know, whatever. And she parts, you know, some weeds, you know, reeds or whatever. And she finds her father sort of sleeping there on a boat. And then he wakes up, hugs her, and then they vanish together. And she understands that the whole time he had been there just waiting to sort of take her where they're going to go together to this next place. And it's very, very beautiful and haunting, and the music is incredible. Kate Bush, incidentally, is one of those people that I put on a list of like marriage material.
Yeah.
I would have married Kate, but like if I could have, I would have married Kate. She would have been like love of my life. Or do you like Kate Bush?
Yes,
or
I do.
Tori Amos. I would have married Tori Amos.
I don't know if I marry her, but she probably wouldn't marry me. But I want to say
a recluse with a gorgeous voice who sings passionately about bizarre things. My kind of people.
United States of Dale says, thanks, Josh, for helping us thrive. Your mom thrives with us through you. I truly appreciate that. And the incredibly generous super chat that you gave as well, along with anybody that has donated tonight. You know, I'm in awe of your generosity. Thank you so much for that gift. It really is a blessing. Thank you for saying that, though. Your words mean a lot. Yeah, we're all thriving together.
It's true, absolutely. And I don't know what the person in the audience means when they say it's just dreams in your mind. It's not true. I don't, I'm curious why they posted that. Do you know, Josh?
I have no idea. They're probably somebody who I don't know. I really have no idea.
I don't know. But anyway, the point is this. You see how just poking at the topic, it's emotional. That's what I'm saying. And so I hope it's okay we're talking about it.
Yeah, it's fine, of course.
And I just know that it's a big deal. I mean, I've known you for some years now, and not too many days go by before this topic comes up, and this is a big development. I mean, it's a big deal. So I appreciate it, and also thank you for keeping me in your thoughts through my own stuff, whatever that you're aware of. And I appreciate that very much. And I am gonna look forward to that calendar. I bet you can think of a few people that definitely would be funny to see on that calendar.
Oh man, I think
I'm not naming them, but I bet I can guess who yours would be. Laying their arms behind their head, looking on a bear skin rug or something. Firelight dancing on their legs. I can totally picture. I know exactly what you're thinking. What hilarious people would be in there.
Oh my God.
That's right. Yeah,
Imagine. Well,
it's horrifying.
It's what we been a 4.5 hour show.
Oh Lord. Well, listen, keep on reading the New Evil. I did a whole spate of interviews for a few different major outlets. So over the next week or two, you'll see I'll be in a few media outlets about a couple of different cases.
Yes.
So that's cool, but I won't announce them yet. I also filmed for a documentary that's coming out on, I want to say, investigation discovery. I can't remember. I will announce that.
ID. Also on Sunday, the interview room, the Jean-Benet Ramsey case.
Yes, definitely.
Cold Case Foundation will all be there. So,
well, I'm in the Cold Case Foundation, and I'm not there because on a case you have like a psychologist and the law enforcement, whatever. And Larry Simon is there. He's a wonderful, wonderful psychologist. So he's sort of covering the psych angle of things.
Who's that?
Larry Simon is a very noted forensic expert that was on that is looking at that case. So he was for the fact. But in other words, they assign different people for different reasons.
For different cases.
Like in other words, and that's who's on that one. So that's who you'll see in the psych.
Yeah, I don't think people will understand how big the Cold Case Foundation is. It's huge.
Well, when the book comes out, maybe they'll realize some of the cool stuff we do. But I'm very proud of my association with them. I really am. And thank you. Keep on listening to the piano music. It's my outlet. I haven't really gotten any naysayers in a long time, which is a good thing. And I think it's funny when people have fantasies that big tips roll in. They're so funny. They're like, "What are you gonna do with my dollar? You're making a fortune." I'm like, I made like $8 or like $10 or $15. It's like literally just a coffee tip.
That's like that's like 3 coffees.
Some people are amazing. They'll you get shocked. Send you $20 or something like that. But the thing is, most people, it's like a nominal thing, and it's sweet. It's not the size of it. It's the gesture. It's the kindness. It's the idea that somebody took the time to listen to it. I find it very funny when I put one of the pieces on social media where it tells you the insights and it tells you like how many people skipped over after like the first couple of notes and stuff, and it's so depressing.
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I agree. Happy birthday, Martha Algerich.
Let me read this really quick. My grandbaby is due soon, and I want to do everything just right for my daughter, like my mom did for me. But she's not here for me to ask her, except she actually is everywhere around me. That's very true. Mister, I will tell you this, work hard, play harder. When my first son was going to be born, we were in the hospital and my grandmother was there and we were staying overnight. And I remember my grandmother making a bed on that, horrible hospital couch. And I said, "What are you doing? You don't have to be here." And she says, "Yes, I do have to be here because your mom's not here." And I'll never forget that. She wanted to get she wanted to fill the gap, and she did the best that she could, and so I know exactly what you mean, and I look forward to that day myself with my children. So
But remember, Josh, just as a closing point, because I don't want to miss the opportunity to say it, so I wanted to say it a minute ago. Is that okay?
Sure.
When you are taking a walk one day or sitting on a bus or a train or in your car or something and you have some alone time or in church or synagogue or temple or whatever, and you're reflecting, instead of concentrating on all the miserable people that have made your life difficult, the challenges, the idiot who cut you off, the person who unnecessarily ruined your day, the boss you loathe, whatever, focus on the fact that across your life, there have probably been a tiny number of people that have selflessly loved you into fruition, who have made you who you are, who loved you, believed in you, and made you who you are today. And you will realize that if you didn't by luck have those people, the person who comes into the breach and helps you when nobody else is there, or you lost somebody else or whatever, you would have been pretty screwed. There are some people in the world who for some reason don't get any of that. But most of us have had a couple of those people. And one of my favorite things, again, to watch on YouTube, I love pointing people to these fun little treasures of YouTube. Watch the time when they gave Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, a Lifetime Achievement Award on, I think it was the Emmys. And he got up and he said to the audience that he wanted them to take 1 minute to reflect on whoever it is that had loved them into fruition, who made them who they were. And he literally said, "I'll watch the time." And then he took his watch like this, and there was dead silence for 60 seconds. And everybody started to cry in the audience, like these grown adults with jewelry on and makeup, the mascara's running and the whole thing. And then he says, how proud they must be to know, right, that you're thinking of them now. Well, it's the truth. If you pause and you think about it, you and I love Mr. Rogers. I have a lot of Mr. Rogers in me. He affected me a lot growing up. I watched him religiously. I wrote him once, and he sent me a signed photo inscribed in ancient Greek, which I still have.
That's very cool.
I'll show it one day because I have it here in my book.
Love Mr. Rogers.
And I probably could get it if you gave me a minute. But anyway, so
Sure.
But the point is, he's right. Try to reflect on those people. For you, Josh, you had a couple of them. We have some of them here. But we've had these people that we're very lucky that they're there to give a flying crap. And you get those people who say, "Call me when you get home so I know you're home okay." And you say, "Would you leave me alone? I'm a grown adult." And then one day you realize they're not there to say, "Call me when you got home."
Yeah, for sure.
You get what I'm saying? Those little things, little tiny things. There are those people. The person who just every time you went over the house busted their hump making a big dinner for you, and it never occurred to you that there'd be a last time. There are people like that, and every one of us just gets a few. The person who you don't even have to talk and they know how you feel. Well, I am learning as I get older, in my late 40s now, I'm learning to try to concentrate on the blessing of those people instead of the curse of the rest of them. And they're enough. They're enough.
Yeah. Well, you're 100% right. And that was an issue that I used to always have, even on, doing shows, is focusing on negative comments instead of positive.
That's right.
And
that looked out through prison bars. One so
right.
much, the other stuff.
And that's not very fair, especially to the people that support, because, I got to be honest, I got a lot of love on here. Got a lot of love. I got a lot of people that support me. A lot of people support you, but more than I could ever count, more than I can even respond to. Seriously. And that's an amazing. I remember when I first started YouTube and I would get 2-3 comments and I'd be like, wow. And then sometimes, you get 500, 600, 700. And, it's, you just look at it, you're like blessed that people even take the time to even write anything to you. And it's very humbling, to be honest. And I don't take that stuff for granted. I read every comment that is left, good, bad, or indifferent. And 99% of them are all good. And so, and I just, and I see a lot of the same names that have been here for years. And I don't forget, it doesn't pass me, it doesn't pass me by that these people are invested in, what we do and what I've do and what I've done for a long time. So it's, and the same thing with you, you came into my life through Chris, and, you've helped me in ways that I, could never, even express. You've just been a really good friend. You are. And I'm blessed. And and to have people like Bob show up and hang out, and John, Chris. I mean, these are top-notch people, and the fact that they like coming on my show and hanging out is a blessing. And I am a very blessed person, even though, I've had hardships. I've had a lot of hardships in my life, but I've also been very blessed.
That's right.
I've had a lot of people that have done a lot of things for me, and even mistakes that I've made, and missteps. People still stay with me, and because I promise I do try to do the right things. I don't always do. I try to be kind. I try to listen and be attentive and things like that. So
got a bad case of being human.
Sometimes I get that too.
But you remember the Karate Kid we talked about earlier? Remember Pat Morita, who played Mr. Miyagi?
Yeah, of course.
Pat Morita, at one point in his career, was destitute. His career before the Karate Kid, he was basically like a nothing burger. A couple of appearances on The Odd Couple and Happy Days and stuff, and he went to Red Fox, the comedian Red Fox, the one from Sanford and Son. Remember him?
Yes.
You used to talk like that. Yeah, that funny voice.
Yeah, of course.
Well, okay. Well, he went to him and he begged him for help. And Red Fox is a very good guy. He had that persona of being cantankerous, kind of cursing all the time and everything. But he was a very good man. And he lent a lot of money to Pat Morita, and he saved his butt.
Yeah.
Years later, Pat Morita got very rich, Karate Kid or whatever. And he went to give the money back to Red Fox. And Red Fox said, "Why are you giving me this money back?" He said, "I want to pay you back." And Red Fox said, "That is not how you pay back somebody who's helped you. You pay it forward. Go out and you find a Pat Morita to give it to." Well, it's like that. And you see, don't you love these people? Talk till your mouth falls off. Don't you love it?
Who said that?
Walk till your feet fall off. Well, but the point is that I have no patience for that. I can't. Bye-bye. So
that was funny though. What you said was funny.
That's true. But the point is, if you feel that people have been that way to you, pay it forward. As you get older, you do it. You find somebody who needs you to be kind of selfless with them. You pay it forward. And the only reason that all of us, Chris and I, and Bob and John, I would bet you, I don't even have to ask them. I know. If you asked any one of us why we do it, it's because somebody probably would have done it for us. We've had people who loved us and who were selfless with us, and we know how much it meant to us. And so you pay it forward. That's the point. And that's how you take out of the world evil. You let the buck stop with you, and you're kinder to people than they were to you. That's how you do it. Otherwise, the lineage of that crap goes on. And it has to end. It has to end with somebody, you know. Anyway, I love that idea of letting it. Remember the St. Francis prayer? Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think it was a powerful conversation, and I hope that it meant something. And I'm sorry to the listener who couldn't tolerate the fact that we had a lot to say.
Oh, what are we? So what are we doing? I mean, what are we doing here? Are we supposed to? Are you supposed to spin plates?
Oh, I guess we'll put on the lederhosen and the monkey costume and entertain.
Stack some cups. I mean, what are we doing here? We don't do anything but talk. What are you talking about?
Here we are now. Entertain us.
I know.
Feel stupid and contagious.
What we do. It's what we do here. We talk. Moron.
No patience for it. But anyway, I mean, I assumed that they were talking about us.
I'm sure they were.
And yes, I who knows? I agree. Sanford and Son was hilarious. Funniest thing about Sanford and Son is the last thing we'll say. Funniest thing about Sanford and Son is when he fought with Ann Esther.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, it's funny because I was raised by older people, and we watched Sanford and Son, All in the Family, Partridge Family.
Oh yeah,
all of that stuff, man.
But when he would fight with Ann Esther, she would say, like, you stupid beady-eyed fool. And then he would say something that was only funny because he said it in that voice. But I remember one time he said to her, your face is so ugly, you could stick it in some dough and make gorilla biscuits. Now, for some reason, when he said it in that voice, your face is so... I died. I used to be like on the floor laughing. But that show was the best.
Haters are going to hate.
Oh, you notice I don't ever talk about that subject. The whole nanos thing. I don't even get into it. I refuse.
What about,
I don't comment on it.
Yeah, but what he says here is actually true.
Haters are going to hate.
Haters are going to hate. What kind of accent does he have?
I think it's native.
You're going to have the haters, right? Haters are going to hate.
I think he's native, but I don't know.
It's true. Haters are going to hate.
That's a fact. That's the truest thing he's ever said.
Talking till your mouth falls off. That was the funny. I'm sorry. That was funny. Walk.
Feet fall off. Yeah.
It's funny. Anyway, all right. Well, listen. In all seriousness, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Believe it or not, I've got like a 12-hour day of work tomorrow.
I believe.
I don't know what I was thinking, but it was fun.
Well, I appreciate it. Make sure to go sub up to Dr. Gary's page over there, and we'll put, and also the new Evil. I believe it's still selling well. I hope
it's like a perennial bestseller in the true crime world. In many
That's
ways.
amazing. Yep. So
yes, it's true. And thank you. And you know where I am if you need me.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gary.
Okay. Ciao.
Talk soon. All right. There it was. Great show. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hold on. We'll get his page. Let me see. One of the mods, I'm sure we'll put it there. And you'll be able to see it. It should go in the chat soon, but if it doesn't, it'll be in the comments or in the description. We'll put it in there for you. Why is it so close? Like everything, it's so, let me see if I can back up a little bit here. There it is right there. Mary posted it. Let's see here. Okay, there it is. So it's pinned at the bottom. I don't know how long it'll be there. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the comments, the likes, the views. Let me see here. 1,300 likes. We had over 2,000 watching all night. Thank you for your generosity, the super chats, the gifted memberships. Although there was somebody who did give some memberships that I didn't. Did I? Yes, I did. There we go. Rocking Peeping. Very cute dog. Also, did anybody notice? Wait, there was another really cute dog. That's a cute drawing. Where is the other? Oh yeah, and also keep Absalom in your thoughts and prayers. Here we go. Work hard, play harder. Look at that dog. So cute. Both of my dogs are actually asleep. They've been pains in the butt. But all right, guys, thank you so much for being here. And we will catch you on the next one. Make sure to check out the interview room on Sunday. I believe 5 Central. All right, guys. Take care.
Haters are gonna hate.